We will follow that by the pledge. Close the door.
Dear Heavenly Father, we come tonight looking to you, Lord, asking for your guidance, your wisdom, and support as we begin this meeting. So, Lord, we pray your blessings upon our mayor and our vice mayor, commissioners, city staff, and their families, that you just continue to bless them with their strength, Lord. And the Heavenly Father, we pray for your bountiful blessings to be upon the city of Deltona and its residents. Dear Lord, we pray for these youth tonight, Lord, that you continue to bless them, Lord, and continue to keep them safe from hurt, harm, or danger. And Father, we pray for our agenda tonight. Bless all those who will participate in this meeting. And we pray that things will be done decently and in order, and may we honor one another by keeping an open mind, and help us to engage in meaningful discussions that it would allow us to unite in fruitful outcomes. We pray that your peace, your power, your provision, and your divine protection and prosperity be with us always. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. At this time, I would like to remain standing for the pledge, and I would like to ask Commissioner Jody Lee to lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good job, guys.
All right, at this time, we're going to go to the approval of minutes and agenda. Approval of minutes of the regular commission meeting of October 16, 2023, and special commission meeting of November 1st, 2023 as presented. I would need a motion and a
So
second.
moved. Second.
So moved by Commissioner Avila Vasquez, second by Commissioner Jody Lee. Can we vote, please? Motion passes 7-0. And just for clarification, the vice mayor is voting on there as well, right? Okay, I just wanted to get that clarification. This time, I do want to point out that the Superstar Student of the Month certificates for has been moved to December 11th, and they will be presented along with November's Superstars of the Month. So we're going to go ahead and go to presentation from Advent Health with their update from President and CEO Lorenzo Brown. Mr. Brown?
Is he here? I don't see him.
I don't see him either.
He might not be in yet.
All right. If it's okay with the commission, can we table it further down? So moved? Okay. We're going to go ahead and move to proclamation of Native American Heritage Month. We can all go down. So it's an honor to read this proclamation. Whereas the contributions of American Indians have enhanced the freedom and prosperity and greatness of our state and nation, and whereas their customs and traditions are respected and celebrated as part of a rich legacy throughout the United States, and whereas during National Native Heritage Month, we also honor our Native American veterans and service members who have courageously served and continue to serve in our armed forces, including the brave Native Americans code talkers in World War I and World War II, true. And whereas Native Americans' roots are deeply embedded in this land, and we remain committed to preserving and protecting American Indian cultures, languages, and history, while ensuring prosperity and opportunity for all American Indians. And whereas it is essential that all Deltona citizens learn about the contributions and history of American Indians, and whereas Native American Heritage Month has been a recurring monthly event in November since 1990, when former President George Herbert Walker Bush signed a resolution declaring November as a Native American Indian Heritage Month. Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and the City Commission of Deltona, Florida, do hereby proclaim November 2023 to be Native American Awareness Month. I will say, Mr. Robert Strong Thunderbird was a gentleman that was due to receive this proclamation. He is from the Anishinaabe tribe. Unfortunately, he was not feeling well, but we will make sure that he gets this proclamation. Thank you. All right, and this time we're going to go ahead and we want to recognize the Deltona Panthers youth football and cheerleading team for winning, you guys ready? For winning the East Coast Conference Championship. A big round of applause, please. And if they can come to the front. The coaches will be between the students and the commissioners.
Remember, if you're
Tighten them up, it's too wide. Bring them up here.
tighten up. Squeeze it up, be tight inside. Get all you want to squeeze back a little bit. Reach all, there you go, right here. There you go, there you go. We're still too wide? All right, cheers. Coming a little closer. Maybe make another one. Or maybe, hey,
Over here. Cheerleaders. Cheerleaders, come over here.
yeah, come in the front row, cheerleaders. There we go, take it there. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, you guys all you need. And then the players move over this way a little bit. There you go.
The mayor.
Let's see what it looks like. Hold on.
We might want to bring London too. London come up short. London just hold my guys. Yeah, guys. 3 more, guys.
Yes, sir. Yes, I am. Good, how are you?
I'm not presenting, so I'm just saying hello. Good to see you, sir.
Just another minute or two as our Panthers exit the building. Congrats again, guys and ladies. All right, at this time, I'd like to give the time up to Commissioner Avila Vasquez. She's going to be doing the certificates of appreciation for the City of Deltona Veterans Day event.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. So we had a beautiful, wonderful service for our veterans November 11 at our Veterans Park off Elkhorn Boulevard. And I can tell you that we put out 100 chairs, and we had a large group standing on the other side. That's how many people attended this event. It was well attended. Staff went out of their way, to do the best they can to make it the best event. So before I give out the awards, I want to give a shout out to our staff, Parks and Recs, our PIO department, Catherine's group, our administrative department who worked with me making last minute changes to our program, to our awards, and everybody else that came to help us, the
David G. Leatherwood.
Exactly. And I got more certificates here that I'm going to give out. I know some of them were already awarded at the event. One of them was our MC, Dr. Christina. She's a Marine, 7-year Marine, and our guest speaker was Chief Lori Burbank. That was a 20-year veteran who served the Navy, not as in a war, but caring for those who were injured. So I would like to call up, they won't be here today, but I'd like to acknowledge the Air Force JROTC from Pine Ridge High School. I will be delivering their certificate. They could not make it today. They presented the MIA soldiers table. They did the ceremony. And I also want to call up, I don't know if they're here, the Deltona JROTC? They're not here. So we'll make arrangements for them. They presented the colors. And I know that is Nick Pizza here? He couldn't make it either. Shades of Blue was a choir that sang the national anthem. It was beautiful. And this gentleman, Pedro Rosario, I have to correct that. Thank you for your service and participation in the City of Deltona Veterans Day Parade, but you went above and beyond that. You did so much for me behind the scenes. You reminded me of things that I forgot. So I want to thank you so much, and I also want to thank you for your service.
I'd like to say something.
Absolutely.
I'm not alone. American Legion Post 255, my commander, and everybody who had we did a lot of stuff together. And this just goes to our post, not just to me. But it's glad to be recognized. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I also want to recognize our former Commissioner Lauren King, former Deltona City Commissioner, U.S. Navy SEAL, Radio Man, second class veteran. Thank you for your service and participation in the City of Deltona Veterans Day event. Thank you so much. Would you like to say something?
Well, I didn't like to talk much when I was sitting up there, so I'm going to try not to talk too much right now, but I do want to say we do appreciate the opportunity that we've had to work with the city on this event. We hope to be doing a lot more stuff over at the park, and it's now open on Saturdays and Sundays from 1 to 4. We're going to be working with the schools to try to get our children back in on Fridays for field days the way it used to be before COVID. So we're doing a lot over there, and come out there. Most people don't even see the building from the road, so you don't even know that there's a really nice museum back there. Come back and take a look, walk through the museum on Saturday or Sunday afternoon, and walk the park. It's an awesome place to be, and there's a lot of things that will remind you, especially if you're a veteran, of those who have served our country and those who have given their all. One other thing I want to say, we have a new monument that will be coming soon. Our Sons of the American Legion have donated quite a bit of money to this, and we're having a 4 chaplains memorial monument placed on the park grounds, so that will be up probably in the next few months. So thank you so much for this, and thank you for your time and for helping us. Oh, you're very welcome.
I also want to recognize SFC is for Sergeant First Class? Yeah. Sergeant First Class David Perry. U.S. Army retired Volusia County Chaplain, American Legion Post 255. Thank you for your service and participation in the City of Deltona Veterans Day event.
I just reiterate what Lauren said. I'm the director of the museum, and I've got it open Saturdays, Sundays, and we're working on Fridays for schools, but I'm available most any day if somebody wants a tour of the facility. They can just let me know, and my number's on the outside of the building, and I can come over and open it up.
Again, I want to thank everyone who made it possible, who made it an outstanding event. And most of all, I would like to thank every veteran present here, and those that are at home, and those who never came back.
At this time, I'd like to go ahead and call Advent Health for a presentation. Thank you. This is the President and CEO, Mr. Lorenzo Brown.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay? Great. Thank you so much for having us this evening. As I thought about some of the words to share with you all as an update, I thought it would be a good idea.
Mr. Brown, I don't mean to interrupt you.
Sure.
Is your microphone, is the light green on the microphone?
It is green.
Okay.
Is that okay? All right. As I thought about some of the words that I would share with this commission as far as an update on what's going on at the hospital, I felt it appropriate to begin with hearing from one of our providers at the Deltona ED. I think it's important to get a good sense of what's at the core of the work we do, heard best from our provider. So I'd like to introduce Dr. Ball for a few words to the commission.
Thank you for having me and Advent Health here at the meeting today. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, can I have their volume adjusted, please? The commission is having a hard time hearing them.
I'm Dr. Rajiv Ball. I'm an emergency medicine physician working here with Advent Health at the Deltona freestanding emergency room, as well as at the Fisher Memorial Emergency Department in Orange City, Florida. I'm an emergency room physician. I'm one of the providers that takes care of you in your desperate time of need when it comes down to health. We serve our Deltona community and many individuals in this community and people who come to see us from other outside areas as well. And I'd like to introduce to you the story of a patient that we can all maybe relate to or know a loved one that may be in a similar situation. I'd like to introduce to you the story of Juliana. I'm working at the Deltona Emergency Department just several months ago. It was a busy shift like every other one of our shifts that we have, and Deb, one of our lead charge nurses, came up to me and had a little bit of extra rigor in her voice. Nurses come up to me on a regular basis, maybe 20, 30 times in a shift, to ask me questions. But she says, "Dr. Ball, can you stand up and go to the waiting room?" And with that cadence, I knew that there was an emergency. I stood up and I ran, because when Deb tells you get up, you get up. And so I got up and I ran, and I knew I had 3 nurses, a technician, and even EVS, who cleans our rooms and keeps our facilities safe, come running with me. We went to the busy ER waiting room, and there was nobody there that could need an emergency. We went one step further, and I met Juliana. She was in the parking lot of our emergency room. Juliana gave me permission to tell this story. She's a 16-year-old individual who came in who was naive to the healthcare system. No real medical problems, but didn't have insurance, didn't really see a physician ever before. But when I looked down, I didn't know what I was going to expect. Juliana had her legs in frog leg position. It was in that moment that I realized the dire situation that she was in. This 12-bed freestanding emergency department had been her choice to unfortunately precipitously deliver her baby. She had only recently found out that she was pregnant. She was about 32 weeks pregnant, which in the medical world is a premature baby. I looked over my shoulder, I got my team ready, including EVS, who had a stack of towels ready to go. I gave one vaginal swipe and I realized that I didn't feel a head. And I think everybody in that situation knew exactly what was happening. We had a breech delivery. And for those of you who don't know, babies usually come out head first. In this situation, we had a feet first baby. In that emergent situation, we can also lose limbs, because believe it or not, in premature babies, you can lose arms, cause permanent disability to those arms, or even have the head get stuck in the canal and cause permanent strangulation. We didn't have an opportunity to move her to her bed, so right there and then, my team came together to deliver a baby that I had no idea was coming my way. From a department that had no pediatric patients, I then all of a sudden had 2. A mother who was 16 years old with no prenatal care, who delivered a breech baby, as well as a new infant that came out blue, not moving, and not breathing initially. With the rigorous nature of my team and the Advent Health community, we were able to serve this community member who came in to see us in their moment of need. Luckily for the Advent Health world, we were able to reach out to Orlando, Daytona Beach, as well as Fisher Memorial Hospital to get the care that we needed for both this pediatric mother as well as this new pediatric patient who was just minutes old. From there, we were able to take care of this individual, and like many other patients, I don't know what happens to them next. They were sent off emergently, and a few months later, one of my colleagues at Fisher Memorial came over and said, "Oh, you got to hear this story," because in the emergency department world, we share stories. And she gave me this story, and I said, "Oh, you know what? I had a story that was just like that." Sure enough, she looked at the chart, and it was me that delivered that baby. Not very many patients do I get to see on a repeat basis, but this is a patient that not only made a difference to me, but it made a difference to her. I had the opportunity to walk into the room, and for those of you who can see, this is the moment that I walked into. This is Markavion, who was born just moments and seconds prior. And 2 months later, this is Markavion today. Markavion is thriving. His shoulders move. He had no strangulation during the birth. And this is just one example of so many patients that we see at this Deltona ER. Some people look at it as a 12-bed ER, but we're a fully equipped emergency department that takes care of patients in their moments of need. We know that people have their options in healthcare when it comes down to our community, but I'm happy to say that from moment to moment and multiple patients at a time, we hear people that choose us for their care, and I'm so proud to be a part of this community to take care of them as well. Thank you.
Tough act to follow, but I'm beaming right now out of pride for the work that gets done in our organization. So you may not know this, but the mission of our organization is to extend the healing ministry of Christ. And when I thought about what I would share with you this evening, that story came to mind because it's so important for you all to know that how our mission is integrated into the work that we do on a daily basis. What I love about that story is that I believe that every patient, every person should have access to the same care that I would want for myself. And it's whole person care. That means we're not just caring for the body, but we're caring for the mind and the spirit as well. In our work on a daily basis, we encounter thousands of these stories, and I think it was important to hear a little bit of that because the work of our caregivers is so intertwined in the lives of our community. Now, I would like to say this all began 3 or 4 years ago when I arrived, but it's not. This is a long, rich history that Advent Health has in this community, over 70 years, and directly over the past 25 years with the hospitals we've been affiliated with in our community. We've cared for over 115,000 patients in our emergency rooms every year. 20,000 of those patients get admitted. And every single one of those encounters, there's a bond, a sacred trust that is created that I want this group, this organization, this commission to know how seriously we take that. We don't just talk in cliches when we say we're caring for our community. I don't know if you realize this, but of the 2,600 team members that are part of the Advent Health Fish West Volusia community, about 30% of those team members actually live in Deltona. In fact, 2 of my executives that are here this evening, April Chilson and Michelle Johnson, they're actually born and raised in this community. Deltonians, is that a word? Deltonians? They are true Deltonians, and they have committed their life's work to ensuring that we care for this community. They care for their families like they're caring for your families. Those things are important when I think about how we define community. Now that I've shared with you our mission, I've shared with you how we view the community, it's important to understand a little bit about how we view the impact we make in this community. As I mentioned earlier, we care for over 115,000 patients, and that wouldn't be possible without a strong team. Now, COVID has decimated a number of industries, healthcare really being at the epicenter of a lot of that. At one point, we had over 20% of our team members leaving, either walking away from the bedside, wanting to change careers, taking agency roles. That left us in a pretty dire situation. I'm happy to tell you I'm very proud of the work that my team has done to rebuild and recover from that. And today, we currently sit at industry best practice in retention and turnover. So really proud of the team. At one point, we were below double digits in turnover. In fact, I have a waiting list, or Michelle, in other words, has a waiting list for team members who want to join her ICU. I tell you, that doesn't just happen by accident, right? That's cultural work that's being done on that unit. That's a culture and a tone for how we not only care for our patients, but how we care for each other. You also know that we've also made some pretty significant investments in our infrastructure. $100 million investment in our tower, which allowed us to expand our ICU, to create private patient rooms throughout the hospital. It has allowed us to create pediatric services in our emergency department. We're really proud of that work. Also begin, as this community has evolved, we have continued to stay competitive and and advance with the community. So we have the first robotic-assisted surgical suite at our campus, and really proud of the impact that's having on patients who want reduced admission times, faster healing times, and that's what our robot and our surgeons are adding. But all the technology and infrastructure doesn't matter if you don't have the team, the care network to provide their services. And as Dr. Ball is one of our physicians, we've been making some pretty heavy investments into rebuilding and establishing some much needed care services in our community, investing in primary care, investing in pediatric physicians in primary care, investing in general surgeons, adding subspecialties in colorectal and breast, adding GI physicians, really focused on providing services in this community that patients shouldn't have to travel for community health care. And that's really our commitment to this community. Really proud of the work that's been going, and just wanted to drop and share a little bit of what we have planned, what we have going on, what drives us from our mission standpoint, just to give you a sense of the work that we have going on. Advent Health has enjoyed a rich legacy in this community, and we expect to continue that partnership with you. I'm happy to be here. If you have any questions, I'll take a few. I pulled Dr. Ball away from clinic tonight, so we may have to scoot out after I'm done so he can do his shift this evening. But thank you again for allowing us to be here for a few minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. We have Vice Mayor is on the board.
Vice Mayor Rote, thank you for providing great service to our residents and visitors in Deltona.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Mr. Brown, if I can, because I don't see anybody else up here on the board, but I'd like to see if you can, for at least a minute or two, let our residents know that at least until 11 p.m., you guys do provide emergency child care at Fish Memorial, which wasn't there prior. So if you can please expound on that a little bit.
Part of what we've done by expanding our emergency department is adding dedicated pediatric services in our emergency department. So not only aesthetically do we create a separate experience for children that need to come to the emergency department, we've actually put our team members through dedicated pediatric clinical care as well as patient experience care they're able to receive right at Advent Health Fish. Right here.
Is there any plans in the future to make that a 24-hour service? Because unfortunately, I've had the pleasure of being treated at, my daughters have been treated at the hospital, and they had amazing care. It's unfortunate though, but is that going to get turned into something longer? Because after 11, there's only two different directions you can really go.
Right. No, so we continue to look at the need and demands. I mean, the good thing about children when they get sick is they typically don't need higher levels of care. So as we continue to evaluate that care, we're happy to continue to make sure that we're providing the services that are needed.
Thank you. Commissioner Villa-Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, like our Vice Mayor, we want to thank you for everything that you do for our residents here in the city of Deltona. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. We
Pleasure.
appreciate it.
Have a good evening.
This time we're going to go ahead and go to public forum.
Chastity Williams, please.
Hello.
Go ahead, Ms. Williams. Just speak a little bit loud, okay?
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Chastity Williams, and I live in the city of Deltona. I come today in efforts to request that the city of Deltona heighten the enforced community standards and land use codes when collaborating with franchises and local stores that are allowed to open and conduct businesses. As a Volusia County resident, I am requesting that the city make efforts to create and shape a community that fosters a sense of pride and contributes to not only the health and safety of its residents, but also contributes to the local economy and enhances the desirability of the neighborhood. Within the past year, I have obtained my driver's license and am now able to leave school during lunch and get something to eat or travel within a 10-mile radius of my home, and if me and my friends would like to hang out. And obtaining limited...
I'm sorry, I don't want to just, excuse me for interrupting, but I don't want to miss a word of what you're saying. So can you bring the microphone down a little bit? I see other people trying to tell me that they can't hear either. I don't want to miss anything that you're saying. Sorry, thank you.
Go ahead.
When obtaining limited range driving freedom, I then realized how poor my restaurant options were, which included Checkers and Wendy's, and how we had many Dollar General stores within our community. I mean, there are 23 Dollar General stores within 10-mile radius of my home, and not one quality, healthy restaurant that me and my friends can sit down in and eat lunch or dine in after a football game, which is why my family, friends, and neighbors commute to Lake Mary, Orange County, DeLand, and Winter Park. I am very excited to see how Mayor Santiago has taken notice of the overflow of dollar stores in our community and considering to put up a moratorium in place. However, I am coming as a voice of the community requesting that this store type growth not be temporarily stopped but permanent, prohibited, and actually reduced and replaced with healthy dine-in restaurants, smoothie shops, and cultural venues and institutions that would create a small community spirit that will positively grow our city and value of the land and create a community that we will all be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Just for future reference, this is your first time speaking, so I commend you on coming to the city and voicing your opinion. Whenever we have an agenda item, that actually will come up in that agenda item. But thank you for your comments, and obviously we'll take it into consideration.
Okay,
thank you so much.
Nick Lully, please.
Good evening. Nick Lawley, District 6, Deltona. I have a few items that I'd like to address this evening, and hopefully some of these maybe we could get some answers by the end of the meeting. On February 7th, 2022, there was unanimous vote by the Commission to appropriate $250,000 for backflow preventers for, quote, residences served with reclaimed water along with high-risk areas. It's come to my attention in the past few weeks, and potentially longer than that, that some residents that are reclaimed water in high-risk areas are receiving letters that they need to, at their own expense, install backflow preventers. Just doing some basic math with the cost of how much these are at wholesale compared with that type of appropriation, I was just wondering if maybe we could get some information on where and how the $250,000 was spent and why those residents are getting letters now asking to pay at cost. So it just seems kind of confusing why we'd be issuing letters like that at the same time appropriating $250,000 for it. So if we could maybe get some clarification on where that money went and who that served, I think that that would be helpful. I wanted to talk a little bit about the city attorney contract or lack thereof. That came up for a vote. It was voted down, and we haven't heard anything about that since. In typical business, when the agency and its vendor can't come to an agreement on a contract, there simply is no services that are provided. That's just not what happens in the business world, because frankly, when you're talking about these types of dollar amounts, there's a lot of risk associated with that on both ends, really, particularly when it comes to working with the city. So I would just like some additional information on that, if that's going to come back up before the commission, and if it's not, why it has not come back up yet. I wanted to talk about something that came up on social media. In fact, Commissioner McCool and I were talking about this. Identifying some of these single-family residential infill lots that we're seeing a lot of problems with. Either they've historically taken in a lot of stormwater, the vegetation on them has absorbed some of that stormwater, et cetera, and trying to put together a program where we can really address that and ensure that there's not any development on those lots. We know that the folks that own those do have, vested rights based on what they're zoned as. So it will take a pretty comprehensive program. That's not something that happens overnight, but I've dealt with some of these programs before, particularly in Seminole County. I'm happy to help anyone that wants to put together a program like that and work together to do that, because I'm just seeing a lot of comments from our community. They're seeing structures be put up on these lots where they said, well, hey, that was flooded, 2 weeks ago. So that's something that we're seeing across the city. Two other real quick points. It's come to my attention that we have a special projects manager who is no longer with the city. given a little bit of the timeline, first this person was called out here from the dais. Next, someone said they created a hostile work environment for this person, admitted it from the dais. And the next, this person was terminated from the city. You take a look at her employment file, there's nothing negative in it. Typically, for cause, terminations don't just simply come out of the blue. I think really, just like we were in the same boat a year ago, kind of similar actions that took place leading up to it, we are probably on the hook for another lawsuit. I mean, I certainly would, if I were her, when you look at what happened, we have to be very careful about the words that we choose from this dais, because they really have consequences down the road. And then to go on social media after this happened and start, trying to explain why this person was terminated. I didn't think that commissioners were supposed to be involved in the operational duties of the city. So that's pretty concerning to me, particularly when we're still in active litigation with a lot of people, and we know how that typically turns out. My time's up. Thanks.
Doug McDonald, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Can you hear me? I wanted to initially give a commendation, a salute to the Commission and the Mayor for this little newsletter that was sent out. I got in my water bill. I can remember standing here in the year 2009 trying to speak to Mayor John about this very thing. It went nowhere. So I give you credit. This is an improvement. It's not perfect, but it's a start. It's informational, telling the reader something about the city. But my concern would be not only that, but to show transparency and accountability, tell the people something about the departments in the city and who the directors are, so we know who they are in this vast bureaucracy. Most of the people, and I would say some of them sitting here, don't even know who the directors are, their names or the functions of their organization. So hopefully I would ask that you consider things for this expansion, things like who was promoted, who retired, maybe who even got married, all the good news. This is what we want to hear. But I do give you credit for that tonight, for what you've done. Also, I want to bring this to the attention of the mayor, if he doesn't already know it, a tremendous line of people out here tonight. I would estimate 400 or 500 people waiting in line, unable to get in. I guess the doors were shut. So hopefully, if it's tomorrow night, it would have been 48 degrees. So give this some thought, and maybe we can come up with a better solution. Thank you.
Just for clarification, Mr. McDonald, that's actually, the credit for that actually goes to city staff and the interim city manager. They deserve the credit for putting that newsletter letter together, specifically our PIO department.
Very good.
So, thank you.
Randy Dye, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commission. You guys are generous with 4 minutes. Thank you very much. I do want to tell you that most of you, or at least many of you, may know that I'm running for Volusia County Chair. And I'm your neighbor. I live in DeLand. I have a lot of people that, friends, family, that live in Deltona in your city. I've watched your meetings. I'm familiar with some of the issues. I do want to say that while not trying to campaign here tonight, I just want to say that Deltona is an important part of our county. It's personal to me. And if elected, I'm going to do my very best to make sure you feel a part, as you should, of the county. I mean, for goodness sakes, you're the largest city in the county. Aside from that, I do think I've sat here and listened tonight, and I was encouraged by what you guys did here today. You know, it's a good feeling for the community to get accommodations, get recognition, people to know it's really what it's all about. We are a county of small towns, and I think that's the strength of our country, honestly. It's the strength of our country. So I commend you. This was a great evening for me. I would encourage you to I'll try to be efficient, because at 8 o'clock tonight, Rudolph is on. And then to keep it along that theory, I think it's a good thing to see. Lastly, I will be having a meet and greet next Tuesday, 2 different occasions. It'll come out in social media. Love to see you, love to be able to talk to you one-on-one, and hopefully earn your vote when the time is right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Junior Correa, please.
I apologize. What was his name?
Junior Correa.
Thank you.
Hello and good evening. My name is Junior Correa, and I was stopping in because on October 27th, I'm one of the many people that received a backflow letter from the city's water department. Now, I'm not a backflow prevention expert. The issue that I'm having is that I feel like the 2 individuals that are part of the backflow inspection program, they're misinterpreting something that's specific to my situation. So upon talking, reading up on the Clean Water Act and talking to individuals at the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, it states that generally backflow preventers are for auxiliary or reclaimed water, industrial, medical, laboratory, premises exempt from state plumbing code, classified or restricted facilities, and tall buildings. Where I fall under is my properties are R2 and R4 properties, so multifamily 2-unit, multifamily 4-unit properties. I spoke with Mr. Stephen Taylor, the backflow inspector with the water department, on November 9th, the same day that I checked my P.O. box to get this letter. He informed me of the requirement that generally it's exactly what I read, reclaimed water, pools, and so forth. But he also stated that because my property was a 2-unit property, that it was considered commercial. And I asked him for supporting documentation that classified my property as a commercial property. And he said, well, just talking with people throughout the state, that's essentially what we've come up with, is that anything that's not a single-family property that's owner-occupied is considered a commercial property. And I said, so what you're saying is that if I have a single-family house that I rent out, it's considered commercial? He says, yes, and you would be subject to the backflow prevention guidelines. I don't necessarily agree with that. If I'm on a property that doesn't have an irrigation system, a pool, and, is not subject to this, why are we, then being coerced by the city's water department to go ahead and have this backflow, very expensive backflow preventer done? For me, it would be a pretty hefty lift on the number of units that I would have to retrofit with backflow. So let's see, moving on because my time is going away. And so I submitted public records requests because Mr. Taylor initially stated that he was going to email me the documents. He then said submit public records request, which I did receive the 2008 resolution and the city's cross-connection program. I'm still unable to find any support to classify my property as a commercial property. In addition to that, then I submitted a second public records request, requesting for what the definition of a residential account is, what a commercial account is, the qualifiers or designators for commercial and residential accounts. The city has not been able to provide the information. They say it doesn't exist, and they've talked to people in the water department. The water department doesn't know, can't give any clarification on what classifies what. So, I'm kind of in limbo because now this is going to be about a $15,000 expense for me, where I have to go ahead and retrofit a backflow preventer, but the city still can't provide solid criteria as to what makes my property commercial and so forth. So I'm just asking the commission to help out with, and the mayor to help out with what we can do to make sure that I'm actually, if I have to do it, I'll do it, but I don't think I do. Just kind of looking at neighboring cities and counties and so forth that have these programs. I would also recommend that the city go ahead and look at their policies on an updated basis. I'm looking through the cross-connection policy. And
if you get your time's up, but if you can leave your information with the clerk, please.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you.
Just out of curiosity, raise your hand if you're also here to talk about the backflow. All right, go ahead.
David Sosa, please.
All right, David Sosa, Deltona. All right, I'm going to talk about Marcia again. It's been 9 months, there's still no contract, and we got to ask why, okay? One of my main questions is, does she even qualify to be the attorney under our charter? You guys have been asked for 9 months that same question every time I come up here, and every one of you sit silent. You don't reach out, you're silent. So I guess silence is complicity if she's not. Okay. And now, is she billing us? That's an important question that would be in her contract. What method is she using to calculate her hourly rate? Nobody knows. She submits a purchase order and we pay it. I look at her invoices and they're ridiculous. Okay, let's put in perspective, 21-22. Attorneys billed us $689,000 according to the budget that was just released. Okay, 22-23, Jody, you and Caldwell brought her in under the guise that she was going to make $300,000 a year. Okay, right now, 22-23, on the budget, it shows $952,000. That's 3 times what you guys said. Okay, and another question, why do we have to have an outside legal labor attorney when we budgeted $16,000 in 22? All of a sudden now we're budgeting $100,000 for a labor attorney. I guess we're going to expect that many more lawsuits this year. Okay? Let's work into the budget because we had a really garbage budget process this year. It was non-existent. Okay? Help me understand. Natural Disaster Fund. It was $9.3 million before Nicole and Ian. We used $6 to $7 million from what I'm told for Nicole and Ian. Now, at the end of 2023, we have $9.5 million in that fund. My question is, how did that money get there and where did it come from? I did not see any transfers, budget transfers, come before the commission. So how did it get there? I think that deserves to be answered. Let's look at undesignated reserves. At the end of 22, there was $22.9 million in undesignated reserves. At the end of 23, it was $17.4 million. Historically, since I've been tracking this, it generally goes up each year, not down by $5 and $6 million. And then you guys all of a sudden now, for the end of fiscal year 24, have it down to 11.2. What are you guys spending $11.7 million on? I think that deserves to be answered, don't you, Dana? Okay. Now, I wasn't going to talk about the backflow issue because a couple people have, but just for transparency, how many people are affected by this? What is this issue at the time? Why is this an issue at the time? And what are the select properties? Okay. Jody, can you explain Marcia's budget to me? I'll wait for you if you want. She went from guaranteed no more than $300,000 to almost $1 million. Please explain that to me. Have you looked at her billing records? Why is she billing us for that nonsense? I mean, are you going to hold her accountable? Thank you.
Richard Bellick, please.
Larceny, that's what it is, larceny. I can't top what he said. This guy's a genius with figures. And you made a big mistake not hiring him. Now, when is it going to stop with her? She writes down you, Mayor, what do you do up there? You put your picture on Facebook every day. You're in Tallahassee. What are you doing? What are you going to do about this? Are you ever going to do anything? You ever going to man up? She's robbing the people. These poor people, they're working people. They don't deserve this. Everybody knows what's going on, and you sit there week after week. Just like you come here tonight, you figure that people are going to forget what happened 2 weeks ago when you're talking about dollar stores, then you were talking about chickens, then any other stupid thing that doesn't concern the lives of these people. Now you're on dollar stores. The dollar store's dirty, you send your man there, clean it up. You don't knock it down. These people need dollar stores. They're poor. They're people that can't even afford socks in Deltona. You should know that, Mayor. You're the one that put the big article on Facebook. What do? Nothing. You do nothing. The other ones, they want you to forget. Oh, 2 weeks ago, people stupid. They'll forget. Don't worry about it. They'll forget. Some people don't forget. Do you understand what I'm saying? You have any compassion for these people? They gave you a job. You didn't. I don't think you even had a job before that. But anyway, Jody, sit down with Sosa. Let's explain her bill. Let's explain what she's doing. I mean, I skips the meeting, and one of our residents point this out and gets attacked. What do you do about that? Nothing. That's okay. The guy is sticking up for the city of Deltona. It's another thing. And did this person that went to that basketball game get paid? There was no meeting because of that absence. Nothing happens. Forget it. Forget it. And Richard Belloc's a bad guy for remembering that. I'm for the working man. I don't have to come up here to gain favors with yous. I don't need none of yous in my life. None of yous. Never had and never wanted yous. What are you going to do? Nothing. Just let it go on and on and on. And then come here next week. Oh, he's a bad guy for bringing this up. She's taking hundreds of thousands of dollars out of here. Hundreds of thousands. Do you know what hundreds of thousands are? And you just let it go on, week after week after week. And we got people in Deltona working in Walmart, dollar stores, scraping to get by, and you just let her walk away with hundreds of thousands of dollars, and then you want people to respect you. How could you expect that? How could you respect somebody like that? And it's continuous, hundreds of thousands. How many times you want me to say it? Hundreds of thousands, hundreds of thousands. Huh? And then she don't even want to ask a question, and when she gets a court case, she loses it, and then Deltona has a couple of $100,000 to pay out of lawsuits. And you just want respect?
Albert Bryan, please.
Good evening. I'm going to go back in time here a little bit and talk about what happened right after these two storms. We had numerous emergency declarations done by the state and by the county. The last one by the state was January 19th. The last one by the county was January 10th. And yet, the last one by the city of Deltona was July 17th. Now, on that, it states the section of the state statutes that you're supposed to be following. I wonder, did you actually read that statute? It's 252.38, and then it has parentheses, 3A and 5. But y'all left out a very important part of it. Where it says number 5, it says duration of each state emergency declared locally is limited to 7 days. It may be extended as necessary in 7-day increments. Further, the political subdivision has the power and authority to waive procedures, formalities, otherwise, so forth, so on. But it has to be done by vote. Did any of y'all ever take a vote on 42 extensions on one and 36 extensions on the other? I don't remember ever seeing a vote every 7 days for any of these. Makes me wonder. Now, who signed that? Oh, that's right, Mr. Chisholm did. And the mayor signed that. Really makes you wonder now. Okay, now, we also heard about the budget. In the budget, the statute that covers the budget for municipalities is 166.241. It says tentative budget must be posted on the city website 2 days prior to each vote. 48 hours. A tentative vote or tentative budget. That's funny. The first one was a summary, and it didn't have all the funds included, which made your vote illegal. Okay. Now, the second one actually had a proposed budget, but still, not all the funds were listed, which also makes that vote illegal. And who signed that budget? Oh, that's right, the mayor did. Amazing. Now, I also have a policy here that I got 2 years ago because I was looking up other stuff in the procedures and policies of this commission. And as I say commission, I mean the dais, not individually. But that policy actually says expenses. And you're allowed 3. Except this looks like a lot more than 3 for one person up there. And it says you have to come and get a vote to do anything out of state. There seems to be a pattern here that we just can't seem to follow rules, statutes, and guidance here by other commissioners that have actually written this in to the actual guidelines for y'all. Why is that? Over and over and over again, we keep seeing violations. I wonder why that is. Y'all have a good night.
Lindsay Briones, please.
Lindsay Briones, you all know who I am, Deltona. Lindsay Briones, Deltona. So everybody in here knows that I work in the insurance industry, whether you want to believe it or not. I appreciate your efforts, Mayor, to ease the burden on some of the homeowners by $20 to $60 on the electric bill. However, I had this renewal come across my desk today on a homeowner in the city of Deltona, and their premium is $17,975 for 2023 to 2024. Have it right here if you want to look at it. I understand there's not a lot you can do. I understand that. What I would like to do, and I'd like help with you, is to maybe email, message, call, whoever, our governor, and see, hey, we are literally pricing people out of this city. There's people in food lines, in Lisa Chavez food line, all the time. I personally gave out 60 turkeys and holiday meals for Thanksgiving this year. I know the city gave out 400, and I think Trinity gave out 200 to 400 as well. We need more than just $20 to $60 saved on electric bills. We have elderly people who are going to lose their homes because they can't afford the insurance on their houses. And you're not a homeowner, and I'm okay with that. But it's going to trickle down into renters as well, to the point where y'all are now going to be priced out of your own rental homes because the homeowners are going to have to increase the rent to the point where they can afford this. I can't afford that. I don't know if you can afford that, but I can't. Like I said a couple months ago, my policy for my house is over $10,000, and that's in Deltona too. So I don't know what you can do to maybe help get some sort of regulation going on to help that, but we need more than just $20 to $60 off of an electric bill. We actually need insurance reform, and I think you guys can help start with that too, or at least help me do that. Again, $17,975. They've had no claims, they've had nothing, and they've been a homeowner here for 22 years.
Valerie Vadney, please.
Valerie Vadney, Deltona. I kind of want to piggyback off of what you just said in regards to the housing crisis and insurances. I want to applaud the mayor for being public and recognizing that there is a housing crisis here. I don't want to go into a whole lot, but SB 102, I know Terry Ellis, Dana has spoken about it, and it affects everybody here in the state of Florida. I know there's a concerted effort to get legislation done, talk to our local legislators, and bring it to Tallahassee to talk about this, because we're going to have to pay for housing based on our census, and it's at the taxpayer expense. So I'll let somebody else talk about that, but I applaud you, Mayor, for bringing it to the attention of everybody. Let me see. Going to Tallahassee, kudos. We need money. Let's get it. It doesn't matter what side of the aisle we're on. If we need the money, we need to speak to the representatives in Tallahassee, then we do it. Doesn't matter. Don't care. It's for our citizens, and it's sincere. As long as there's no kickbacks, no, above board. Be above board. Let's see here. City taxes. Again, I don't know. It's going to affect everybody. The renters, the homeowners. It's a housing crisis. We have it here. It's everywhere, but very impactful to a lot. If SB 102, let me go back to that, and it goes through, well, I think it has already gone through in July, but we're going to have to foot the bill. I would hope that the city would look at redevelopment as far as vacant properties as opposed to building new, and to take that into consideration if we have to do low-income housing. That's it. Thank you.
Elizabeth Chavez, please.
Hello, Elizabeth Chavez, Deltona. I wanted to talk about real quick on the community with the housing, things of that nature. So I do have an event that's happening or trying to get done on December 15th. So I'm just calling it out there if anybody knows a place where we could do our last food drive. We don't have a location. We're mobile. We don't have a facility. Please reach out to me. We feed over 150 families each and every month in 2023. From January to just this past month, we always have given out food in the community of Deltona, and I do registration, so I know they're all from Deltona. So to say that there's not a need, there is. I know that you guys know that as well. When it comes to the Dollar Generals, they are no longer affordable. I remember I lived off of that when I was with my oldest child, and we could do that then, no longer. McDonald's, you can no longer afford it almost, because, I mean, everybody wants something different. It's $50, so we can't do that. I'd like to say something about the information that's given out to workers that go out in the field for the city of Deltona when it comes to ordinances, going and reaching out for a dog or any other situation. It seems like they're not getting information from their departments in a timely manner. Because I have a fence, and when the ordinance changed, they charged me double for the permit because we thought the guy went and got the permit and he didn't. And then we had to do a survey, a boundary survey, and Deltona in Deltona, and around Deltona, they were charging $500 to $800, and we found one for $300. And then today, they came to the house saying that we could go, they were just giving information that we could go into like a court issue because they didn't see that there was something fixed on that when I had done it like 3 months ago or 2 months ago. But again, I reiterate, if there's anybody even behind me in the public that knows of a place that we could do our last food drive, if not, our last food drive was on November 17th, there are still people in need. And when it comes to the electric bill, I think somebody had mentioned that we are on a like a contract, and on that electric bill, excuse me, with Duke Energy or FPL, I think there are royalties that are given back to the city. I'm not sure about that. I just want clarification. And if there is, it would be about an 8 to 16% given back to the city. I'd like to know where that money's going to.
Thank you. Mayor, public comments.
Thank you, City Clerk. At this time, we're going to go into ordinances and public hearings. Section 7A, Public Hearing Resolution Number 2023-47, a resolution accepting the final plat for Osprey States Phase 1 for a 169-lot, single-family subdivision on plus 55.6 acres.
Mayor, before it goes, can I make a motion to table this?
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion to table this, and a second motion by Commissioner Jody Lee, and a second by Commissioner.
And the reason why, before anybody asks a question, there's major flooding issues that Pegasus Engineering founding this property, and I think it should be tabled and fixed and come back at a later date when they address the problems.
Phyllis.
Ms. Phyllis.
Phyllis Wallace, Public Works. That was going to be my motion here. We found out late last week, let me back up, meeting several weeks ago when this was brought before you, there were some emotional outcries relative from the residents at Cortlandt Park, surrounding neighborhoods, and my commitment to you was to go back and deal with those independently, which we did. And I also committed that we would do a peer review of the current conditions at both locations, keep them separate, which we have. Pegasus Engineering has submitted a report to us with some concerns relative to the existing stormwater system that's out there for Osprey States, and it would be ill-advised for the city at this point to approve the plat, because then that means they can pull permits to go vertical, and we would lose that control to make sure that this gets corrected to our satisfaction as well as our consulting engineers. And I did speak with the land development team this afternoon about this, and they have the report. They weren't happy, but I think in everybody's best interest, we don't want to see a house go vertical. We're at closing on noon on Friday, and they can't get their CO because they haven't addressed to our satisfaction the stormwater issues.
Commissioner McCool.
Yeah, I wanted to revisit very briefly. I'm in agreement with that, but wasn't there an issue at the prior meeting also with something? Could you refresh me as to what that was? On-site problem.
There was a problem during the development phase with the underlying developer, the contractor. Yes. They were doing some pumping that they were not authorized to do, but that was early on. We did curtail that, and I have not seen any of that happening, and have not been contacted by the property owners that were impacted by that, and they have my number. They can get me 24/7, so that we got under control.
So that's been addressed with them on that time. Was there any punitive measures that they have to, okay, all right.
So before I go to Commissioner Jody Lee, this was the same plat that we decided as a commission to decline, correct?
Yes, sir, and if I could just refresh everybody's memory. My memory is that it was declined because of emotional outcry. Nothing factual at that time. Hindsight's 20/20. We got Pegasus involved. There's some issues, so we are in a right place right now to say they need to resolve this. Once it's resolved to our satisfaction, we can come back and present the plat for recording.
All I was trying to get from that is, it's okay sometimes to say no, just to make sure we dot our I's and cross our T's. So,
Absolutely.
Commissioner Jody Lee.
No, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Phillips. Just like I was saying, if what was brought up to us at the meeting last time when it got denied, there was people from the Cortlandt Park subdivision that were here talking about flooding. Now, if you know that area, it's where I live down the street. Cortlandt Park is actually higher than the Osprey States, where it's going to be. We all know water, like most things, rolls downhill. If it's flooding up here in a higher area, it's going to flood lower. I'm glad it got tabled. They got together, people got together, professionals, they looked at it and realized it's going to flood. That'll save a lot of problems later, because if we approve it and then people's houses get flooded, they can always come back to the city and say, well, you guys approved this, you didn't check on it. And this will save us time, and I'm glad that this was found out. And like I said, I made a motion to table it until these issues were taken care of and fixed, and then it can come back to us again after all the people in this background and our professionals at this are happy with the outcome of the fixes.
Thank you, Commissioner McCool, and then Commissioner Burbank.
Thank you. Am I missing, just because of the plating process, because it's talked about in some of the old paperwork, but I can't find like a current TIA on this. Was anything presented with that?
Back when the development was approved, which I believe 2019. So the development was approved by the commission that was seated here at that time. Everything was presented, and then the plat is just I'm not going to pronounce the word correctly, perfunctory step that...
Perfunctory, yeah.
I learn new words from Marcia every day. They did post their bond, and we felt everything was fine in this just little short period of 4 weeks.
Right.
Getting back out there with a little bit more detailed information on what was being reported to us, we found some concerns. So yes, theoretically, that plat could have been recorded last week had there not been the outcry of emotion regarding issues at Cortlandt Park.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Burbank.
Thank you. We signed a development agreement, which in my mind is a contract, and now we're in some manner reneging on that contract, and maybe for good cause. Two questions. His first question would be to our city attorney. This is unprecedented. Do we have a legal leg to stand on? And the second part of that question is, will these needed improvements, retrofits, be a part of their performance bond? Will they be responsible for the payment of these through that performance bond?
No, they are going to do this. We're not at this point anticipating pulling down on the bond. They know they have a problem. They can't in all good faith go forward without having resolved these. The St. Johns River Water Management District will be advised of our concerns relative to things not functioning the way they were designed, engineered, and permitted, and ultimately constructed. So although it is unprecedented in my 11 years in Deltona working here, I don't think that there is...
Well, I'll save you some time. I'll withdraw that question. It sounds to me like we do have cause, and therefore we are defensible in this position. Thank you. I would support Mr. Lee's position.
Is there any, is the connection up again with the Vice Mayor? Okay, I know she's on the board, so I know you guys were having trouble with the computer.
She wants to know, are there going to be penalties for illegal pumping?
It's not up to us.
We could have thought about that when it was happening early on in the development, which was months and months and months ago. Certainly something to think about going forward. We do have the ability to be punitive. My goal and objective is to get compliance, but we certainly can look at being punitive in the future.
Okay. Are there any public comments?
No.
Okay. Marcia, to table this, do you have to read the ordinance again? Okay. So there's a motion by Commissioner Jody Lee and a second by Commissioner Caldwell to table it. You can please vote. The motion passes 7-0. So it's been tabled. At this time, we're going to go to public hearing, resolution number 2023-57, approval to transmit the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee 2023 incentive Review and Recommendation Report. Ms. Briggs?
Good evening. If you would give us a minute while we're setting up the presentation, I would like to recognize our members of our AHAC committee. Oh, I'm sorry, Angela Briggs, Community Development Manager. Thank you. I'd like to recognize members of our AHAC committee. We have our President, Jody Pena-Castaldi, our Vice President, which is Patricia Ulisny, and Michelle Wallace-Chin. We'd like to especially mention Ms. Ulisny. She's been with the committee for 10 years, and she just gave her notification. So thank you for your work on the committee. We really appreciate it. In addition, I have Ms. Damaris Miranda, who is our right-hand person in community development. She takes care of everything for us. And I'd like to introduce Mr. Gregory Jones, who is a phenom with locating grants. So, thank you both. Okay, tonight we'd like to go over the, I don't have, what did you want to do here? No. You want to do it? This is it. Okay, so, tonight, we'd like to go over and review the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee report. That is what the AHAC stands for. Did I do it wrong? So, this report is due every year. Until 3 years ago, it was due every 3 years. But the state government, Florida Housing Finance, decided that they really wanted people to concentrate on affordable housing, so they made two major changes 3 years ago. One was that every municipality, county or city that received SHIP funding was required to have a sitting commissioner or a commission member on the committee. Our commission member is Commissioner Avila Vasquez. Thank you very much. And the other change they made was that this report was normally due every 3 years. It's always been due every 3 years. But 2.5 years ago, they said, no, we want this to be done every year. So as we go through these, as we go through the different strategies, and we won't get through all of them tonight because we did not review all of them tonight, and one of the reasons why is we were working on several of the projects. But we'll go ahead and start with the strategies. So if you notice here, those are the different types of committee members. We'll be looking for new committee members. And these are the 11 strategies. They deal with everything from development review to reservation of infrastructure to allowance for flexible densities. So we're going to get right into the project. And that's expedited permitting. We did review that briefly, but the city already has expedited permitting. Anyone that is any developer that's going to develop affordable housing, they would contact Housing and Community Development, and we would walk their application through the process for permitting. And we also will be listening to any presentations that they do on DRC. So the expedited permitting strategy has been fully implemented. So there was no reason to make any additional recommendations at this time. It probably will be revisited in several years. The second strategy that we reviewed this year was the modification of impact fees. And as you see, staff wanted to review that modification, and so did the members. But that modification would require looking at the ear-based amendments, looking at the comprehensive plan, and in addition, looking at several other strategies. And the committee decided that we would defer the modification of impact review until we hired our new planning manager, or director, actually. So we did not change anything on the modification of impact fees. Basically, the modification of impact fees basically says that if you're doing affordable housing, the city, via Housing and Community Development, can provide funding for impact fees. And a lot of developers would like that, and we look forward to, when our new director comes on board, us implementing, with the help of the AHAC, some strategies for affordable housing impact fees. The committee decided not to change that strategy. The next strategy that was reviewed was the flexible density strategy. And in reference to the flexible density strategy, the AHAC recommended that staff develop a working plan in order to expedite flexible densities and review that information with the AHAC so that they can make a final decision on that in, that's it, right? Oh, sorry about that. Okay. So, right, that's what I want to say. Okay. So that strategy we will be reviewing in the coming year and making a decision on that strategy. In the middle of going through most of this, we came across a situation where we noticed that there were some issues with affordability. So we ceased the review of the project, the AHAC review, so that we can concentrate on meeting with most of the commission members in an effort to put in place a program that would help facilitate affordable rental here within Deltona. That program will be in the next document that you see. We appreciate all of your help on that. The remaining strategies, because we do have to go through the strategies over a 3-year period, we tend to only go through 2 or 3 at a time. I'm not sure if you all have had a chance to review the entire document, but those were basically the only 3 that we actually reviewed and made, and either recommendations were made on or things were going to be reviewed again next year. So did anyone have any questions about the AHAC report?
Yes, Vice Mayor Bradford. Commissioner McCool.
Yes, thank you very much. I want to address this because it's been touched on tonight. Some of my concerns, right, is that I want safety measures in place for the city of Deltona as it pertains to SB 102. Because when we're talking about with this, there are going to be predatory situations, I believe, with developers coming in to take advantage of these situations. My concern is for giving an actual affordable housing stock to the residents, what we're trying to do here. Because all I can see here is when we're talking about density, giving them further density, when we're talking about expediting permitting, when we're talking about, flexible lot configurations, I have a concern how it relates. What protections are we going to be afforded, right, with AHAC trying to implement and do what you do while also protecting us from predatory situations that are going to come up with the shakiness of SB 102, because we have SB 102, we have 250 also, and I want to understand what we're doing to protect ourselves.
Thank you. That's a great question, and thank you for bringing that up. I think that the commission will be happy to know that I call you Glenn, Mr. Wickham, and Marcia, and planning staff have been having conversations about that. There will be something coming out that's going to be up to Marcia eventually. The staff in community development actually went out and obtained 15 hours of legal time with Florida Housing Finance. And that was to help us put together some information that, again, Marcia will be submitting that eventually for you. We agree with you. Most of us live here in Deltona, and The one thing I know, affordable housing does not have to. Affordable housing can be beautiful and it can work, but it's going to take work from the city and it will take work from the employees to make sure that that happens. To ensure affordable housing, we just had a meeting on Friday. I think it was Senator Wright was on the meeting.
Senator Wright.
So a lot of people are concerned about that. We are concerned about that. And no, we don't want 6- and 7-story buildings here in Deltona. I will just say that. We're working with, again, Florida Housing to ensure that whatever's built here in Deltona, if we build anything, comports to what the residents want. As far as keeping it affordable, you can look at strategies where they have to be monitored and managed and reviewed and audited every year or every other year. If at any time they are not living up to their agreement, their contract, their affordability, and any funding that they might be receiving, like tax credits and things like that, would be immediately revoked. So there are ways, there's a group of people that Glenn has put together that we're working on that, and I'm sure that he and Marshall will bring everything that we're working on to you before we decide to do anything. You will have to approve it.
Okay, one last question. With I understand the AHAC committee they have great people on this AHAC committee. I want to understand, what is the dollar amount that what is affordable for a Deltona resident in affordable housing? I want to understand what that number is per month that we are placing to say that this housing is affordable, or what a developer is going to be able to come in here to say is affordable to our residents in Deltona. So tell me two things, please. What is actually affordable for a resident in Deltona, and what is a developer's idea of what is affordable for a resident in Deltona?
Depending on the developer, true affordable housing developers, they know what's affordable. And that's our goal, is to ensure that any developer that comes in here and wants to build affordable housing, they understand what affordable is.
What is that number per month?
It is based on, it's a federal guideline. It comes out from HUD every year. I can just give you, without having it, we can go get the form for you, but it's like 12 pages. It's for the entire United States, basically, of Florida anyway.
And I want us, here's the thing, I just want us, as far as developers go, when they come in to talk about taking over property to build affordable housing, I want Deltona to understand what affordable means when we're doing that, because what I'm looking at, some of the properties going in is, not affordable to anyone in Deltona, let alone someone that needs affordable housing. So as we move through this process also, Mr. Wickham.
30% of AMI. Generally, affordable is 30 to 60% of AMI, up to 80% of AMI.
Is that the real number, though?
I'm sorry?
Is that the real number, though?
That's the affordable number. Of course, that's the gross number.
Vice Mayor Bradford and then Commissioner Avila Vasquez.
Commissioner Bradford wrote, in the presentation, it is mentioned I-4 in Howland. Where is this going to be? That is our commercial corridor and not owned by city, and the owners have slated for our commercial services.
In our, did we have I-4 in Howland in our presentation? Where is it?
I wonder if she's talking about
I think she's
by
talking
the
about,
center, maybe?
I think she's talking about something else. We don't have.
Yeah, this is just a report.
We don't have anything slated for I-4 in Howland. And I don't think we mentioned it tonight. No. Anything about I-4 in Howland. So I have no idea.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Avila Vasquez and then Commissioner Burbank.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that question is mixing something that has been spoken about that has nothing to do with AHAC.
No.
It's something personal. Okay, personal. Anyway, it has nothing to do with AHAC. But I just want to say that the affordable prices, rental prices that that we have.
Excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt you. Somebody's cell phone keeps dinging. Can you please make sure it's on vibrate? Just so we don't get interrupted. Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Sure. These prices are not set by the city of Deltona. These prices comes directly from the state level. So it's not that, and we even said it ourselves during the meetings, this is ridiculous. These are not affordable rental prices. We've said it ourselves. But that's not something that's coming from the city of Deltona. We didn't decide that. I just wanted to put that out there.
And it actually comes from the federal government through the state of Florida. So these are prices that the federal government, every year they go out and they set the affordability prices. And when they say 30%, that's 30% of gross. And I don't know anyone that has the spending capability of 30% of gross if they're working. So they're already behind the 8 ball, 40 to 45%.
Thank you. Commissioner Burbank?
Thank you. I sat in that meeting last week with Senator Wright, and the city manager from DeBerry was spot on with a concern that I've had for some time. This may go towards addressing Commissioner phoned in comment was, the question has become, can we have affordable home project foisted on us in an existing PUD, which is under contract with the city already? And we don't know the answer to that, but we've pressed hard with Senator Wright's office to get us an answer to that, because that is our prime commercial property out there, and we don't think that it's legal for them to do that, so they're actually looking at that at this moment right now.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any public comments?
No.
Where was Commissioner Bradford's inquiry about on Howland Boulevard? Where was that at?
I think.
So hold on. So I'm just going to clarify this, but we're not going to do it back and forth. So Commissioner Bradford is trying to use a new ADA technology we're trying to use on the laptop. Joyce, and correct me if I'm wrong, will that be public record if they needed the transcripts? That will be public record as well. He's asking where it was transmitted. It's transmitted on that laptop because she has a speaking impairment.
The inquiry of the property. What property did she want to know about?
The question, what was the commissioner's question? Vice Mayor's question. She was mentioning about Howland and I-4.
Her question was, in the presentation, it is mentioned I-4 and Howland. Where is this going to be? She was asking the same thing you're asking. Where is this going to be?
But we thought we heard Howland Boulevard back there.
Right. In presentation, it is mentioned I-4 and Howland. But I-4 and Howland weren't mentioned in the presentation.
But the property she's inquiring about is on Howland?
And I-4.
Huh?
Near I-4.
Near I-4. Is it on Howland?
Yes.
Just because she has a business on Howland, that's why I want to know.
It's nowhere near I-4. Okay. That's what I want to know.
All right. Marcia, can you please read the ordinance, unless Mr. Mayor, I have something to say?
If I may, for 1 second, sorry. I think the Vice Mayor is probably talking about Halifax Crossings, possibly, or the area where those apartments are going, the Integra Mist, I think is what she's referring to.
Thank you. Marcia?
Mr. Mayor, I believe this is a resolution, isn't it? A transmittal resolution. Is
Oh,
that
I apologize. It is a resolution.
That's
Could we
right. I
please-
mean, I'll read it if you'd like. But
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Could we please go up for a vote? Oh. I need a motion in a second.
I'd like the motion to approve the resolution.
We have a motion by Commissioner Jody Lee.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Colwell. We just lost our TVs.
It's unanimous for yes.
Okay. Motion passes 7-0. This time, we're going to go to public hearing ordinance number 12-2023 to amend chapter 4-14-7 animals of the Code of Ordinances as second and final reading. Ms. Marcia Siegel, George.
Mr. Mr. Mayor, this ordinance was revised, and, was in that meeting that we didn't have a quorum, but I met with the Simmons with regard to it, and they may want to speak about it, but in the discussion we had with them, and we had quite a nice meeting, and we also had Danny Brown from from code enforcement with us. They felt that there needed to be a number of different changes in this ordinance that it needed more work. Danny, Ron, and I both volunteered that if they or a group of folks wanted to do that, we were willing to sit down and meet with them to try and come up with a better version of what we had. So that's kind of how we left it. It seemed like their preference at that point was to just table this, leave it as it is, and come back with perhaps a better version. I'm not opposed to it, and we're willing to work on it. So I'll let them then answer further on it.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Bradford. Commissioner Jody Lee.
I thought this was the same one we discussed already before, and everybody seemed happy with it, because this is the second reading. I thought we've all discussed it. We made a motion for it.
Not quite. We had a first reading where there was a lot of, particularly the vice mayor, a lot of people didn't really like it. So we made some changes based on all of those suggestions to come into the document you have in front of you. But we didn't hold that second hearing because that was the meeting that didn't have a quorum. But in that interim, I met with the Simmons and also Danny Ron to go through all of this and see where we were with it.
Right.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, we had a meeting. We voted on it.
Just the first time.
The first time, and everybody was happy with it then.
No. There was issues with those.
No.
For example, the AC unit outside for the, or air conditioner outside.
Yeah, but I thought we approved all that. I thought we went along with that altogether.
We agreed that they were going to visit to make revisions to.
Yes.
So then the revisions would be presented to us at the second
So
reading.
this has the revisions. So everybody's happy with this one.
No, I don't believe they are. That's why,
So you're requesting for a table based on what the residents
They're
want?
here. I think from my understanding of what I was hearing was they feel it needs more work, and what I'm telling you is from my perspective and Danny Ron's. Is Danny still here too? Yeah, he's here. We're willing to continue as like a small working group trying to work on this, with people that are concerned about making this, a better, regulation. So that's what I'm telling you.
Okay, thank you. Can I please, if we're going to table this, can I please get you guys to discuss it with Danny, Ron? You can come up. I can already see it. I don't know if you filled it out. The mayor will call you up if you fill out that thing. My opinion is go to Danny, Ron. You talk to him without the city attorney. You guys discuss it. We've already spent about $100,000 on this one ordinance. When people are complaining about backflow filters, everything else in the city, and we're still talking about this when it should have been done like a year ago. I'm not saying it's your fault. Absolutely, trust me. Things move so quickly around here. It's amazing. What we're discussing is saying, please get with Danny Ron and come up with it without lawyer fees and spending this much money per hour for the attorney. When we can get this done simpler, faster, and be done with this thing. This is almost like talking about chickens again.
Hold on. Vice Mayor Bradford, then Commissioner McCool.
Vice Mayor wrote, I would like it tabled into a workshop with the sheriff office and a group of individuals with expertise.
Okay, Commissioner McCool.
I'll second it.
Yeah, what she said, because we can't, legal, you know what I mean? I want this done right, but it needs to be done offline here if this is not a satisfactory chapter. I've seen where it was changed. So I agree with the vice mayor that it just needs to be pulled and scheduled for a longer discussion offline. We've spent enough, you know what I mean? Time, yeah, so can we pull it? I second that.
Yes, so can we get public comment first before we vote?
Nick Lilly, please.
So public comment.
Hi, good evening. I'll be very quick. I certainly support the Simmons efforts in working with the city attorney in code enforcement, so I will back them in whatever they say this evening, and they've certainly been on the front lines of this. I'll just tell you real quick, I first came upon this because I saw Mr. Simmons on the side of Howland Boulevard outside where this poor dog was being kept for a very long time in poor condition. So if there's anyone to speak about that tonight, I would defer to him. Thank you.
Jessica Carrion, please.
Hi, everyone. After last workshop, I contacted Palm Beach Animal Control to inquire about their procedures when handling cases of neglect, cruelty, and especially how they enforce the temperature ordinance that they've had since 2016. That's when it went into effect, of when it's too hot, too cold, or if it's hurricanes, weather, and how hard it is to enforce. Animal Control in Palm Beach said it's absolutely not difficult at all to enforce. They simply take temperature guns out when they get a call, and whatever temperature reading it is, they take a picture, they have it, then they give the owner 24 hours to correct the issue with adding either a cooling source or a heat source, depending on the situation, or if that's not plausible, they're not able to do that, then bring the animal inside until it's, of normal temperature. If the owner does not comply with that, that's when they start writing citations, and then they also can even, it could even mean facing criminal charges for animal cruelty or neglect. The Palm Beach County temperature ordinance has been effective, like I said a minute ago, since 2016, so almost 8 years. No information was found, nor was I able to find out through Palm Beach in regards to people surrendering their animals due to these ordinances or their ordinances. The only info to be found was people surrendering their animals due to rising cost of living. So last time it was brought up, kind of in between, like confusion as to what is considered a domestic animal, this, that. So in reference to the confusion of what's considered a domestic animal, which is also found in Palm Beach animal ordinances, now the current ones, domesticated household pets or domestic animals means dogs, cats, birds, reptiles, rabbits, guinea pigs, hamsters, fish, and turtles, but shall not include livestock or exotic or wild animals, which would require a permit from the state allowing such animals to be sold or possessed. Livestock includes, but not limited to, goats, sheep, pigs, horses, mules, hogs, cattle, and domesticated poultry. This is also in the current Palm Beach County ordinances. I'd like to recommend that a mandatory training class be set up between Palm Beach Animal Control and our city code compliance, animal control, whatever we're calling them to this day and age, so that they may hear how to be successful in enforcing the new ordinances as well as any other ordinances that we currently have that they feel are questionable to be enforced, which I heard has happened when there was a meeting. I also wanted to give details to, somebody brought up at the last meeting, pages. Oh, why are we going to add all these pages to, the animal ordinances? So just to give you an idea of other counties, animal ordinances by county, this is only animal ordinances, how many pages? Palm Beach has 87 pages. Broward County has 64 pages. Brevard County has 62 pages. And Seminole County has 50 pages. Deltona only has 42 pages. So what's a few more pages when it comes to protecting animals that live outside, don't get a choice, and don't have a voice? Just as us, they deserve to be treated the way that we would want to be treated. Thank you.
Jesse Simmons, please.
Good evening. Well, as the city attorney said, we were going to come here and ask this to be tabled. I'd rather not do a workshop with y'all again, to be honest with you, because the workshop, in my opinion, was crap. You guys sat up there and you guys get to talk, and we don't get to interact. definition of a workshop is people interacting with each other and giving each other ideas and being able to figure something out and share ideas. That's what we had with Danny Ron. We sat down, we had ideas, we talked them out. We didn't just have one person say something and then we couldn't respond to that or give an idea back to you, and we were given 2 minutes to give our ideas. So a workshop to me isn't really going to resolve this either, because you guys will say what you want to say and we'll get 2 minutes and we won't get to actually have a conversation. And this needs a conversation. This doesn't just need, there's wording in here that's incorrect. I don't know what more to say about that. There's just things in this ordinance that were just copy and pasted from the Palm County, and it's not really what it needs to read. I have a whole bunch of stuff that I wrote down, and the fact that we're going to table this, you know, Danny Ron had mentioned about the permits for the air conditioner the mayor just brought up, and that's a confusing part of this ordinance that we want to revise, because we don't want people bringing air conditioners out into the backyard. That's not what we're asking. This is about dogs that were kenneled or caged in a small area. They need to be brought inside for the temperatures. The temperature needs to be brought down to a comfortable level for them. And of course, a permit would be needed for an air conditioner, and that's one of the confusing parts of this. If we could table this and like Commissioner Jody Lee was talking about, I'd be glad to sit with Danny Ron. I mean, we'd be glad to sit with Danny Ron. I'll sit with, you know, the city attorney over coffee if it doesn't cost the city money, if that appeases people. I mean, whatever has to happen to get this ordinance written to the way it needs to be written is what I'm willing to do. The current ordinance has the word mandatory in it for spayed and neutered. Mandatory. Yet Barack is an intact male and has been. And animal control missed that for 7 years. How does that get missed? Mandatory. Wording is important. I've heard that in this room countless times. And that's what we want to do. We want it worded correctly so that Danny Ron and the animal enforcement people can enforce this law, so we don't have to come back up here and ask you guys again to do another one or to change it or to fix it. We want it worded correctly the first time, as correctly as it can be. So whatever that takes is what myself, my wife, and the people that really care about this will do. That's where I stand on this. And I'd like to thank Masha and Danny Ron for the time they have given us. Whether they charge the city or not, whatever. But they were at least gracious enough to sit down and listen to our side of the story and listen to our opinions. And that's why we got here today. So I ask you guys to please table this, give us some time to work it out the right way so that we don't make a mistake, so that we're not costing the city money, so that we're not costing any more animals, any more suffering. Thank you.
David Sosa, please.
Okay, I have to agree with you, Jody. We spent way too much money in legal fees. I was somewhere around $25,000, but I quit looking at her billing in July. Okay, so it might be up to $100,000. I don't know, for a dog ordinance. When there's one already out there that was put in place back in 2019 or 2020. What you've put in here, I'm going to read it. It shall be unlawful for any person to keep any animal, not just a dog, any animal, in any confinement without sufficient food, water, and exercise, and involves a change of air. Okay, one, that is very vague. Okay, we need to define animals because you have any animals. I think the young lady here mentioned a few different types or exceptions. Now, are they indoor animals? Are they outdoor animals? When it goes to, you know, I've had a dog, I've had cats. You know, my dog crossed over the Rainbow Bridge many years ago, but he was a great dog and I took great care of him. He ate better than I did. He went to more doctor visits than I have in my entire life. But that's besides the point. My question is, how are you going to enforce this? What, does a neighbor, if he's mad at me, does he call and say, hey, this guy's abusing his dog, he doesn't have food, water, he's keeping him in some kind of crate in his garage? How do you guys enforce that? Are you going to come knocking on my door? Are you going to get a warrant from VSO to come kick in my door? What are you going to do to enforce that? We need to look at the legal ramifications of that. And, like snakes in that. My snake wants a certain temperature year-round. Why do I have to change the air temperature for it? Maybe my dog likes it at 83 degrees year-round. Why do I need to change the temperature for it? There's so many vague issues in this one paragraph that it's garbage. And to be honest with you, I'm not sure why Danny doesn't write the ordinance and give it to Marcia to review instead of spending $25,000 to $100,000 for Marcia to write an ordinance. It's ridiculous. And Jody, I'm glad you brought up chickens, because on December 12th from 6 to 8 p.m., there's going to be a chicken clinic at the Farm Bureau. It's, I think the cost is free, but you'd have to double check. So once again, that's December 12th. You can learn all about chickens from 6 to 8 p.m. Thank you.
Richard Bellick, please.
I like dogs too. When the other guy was here in code enforcement, love it. I took him to a house on a broken down screen porch. There was dog crap all over the place. There was dogs in the house clearing at the sliding doors, 3, 4 of them. And you could see their leftovers. Nothing done, time after time after time, okay? I had a real hard time with this guy. And one of my main adversaries, Dana McCool, seen a place on my street where they had the street blocked, dirt all over, you couldn't get through, nothing done, okay? I came back and made contact with this Richard Lovett, okay? Okay, we'll get to it, we'll get to it. I knew the neighbors on both sides of this house. They were terrified of these dogs. The dogs were always barking. There was never no food, never no water. Nothing was ever done, and I'm glad he got fired.
That ends public comment.
Commissioner McCool? Okay. So there's a motion by Commissioner Jody Lee. The motion is to table. Sorry, but
We've all did, it just kept on going talking.
all right, there's a motion by Vice Mayor Bradford.
Yes, there is.
Okay.
That's what I thought. So
Can I make a
let's do
motion
this
to
way.
table it?
Second it.
There's a motion by Commissioner Jody Lee and a second by Commissioner Coldwell.
It's to table this, correct?
To table.
Mr. Mayor, I understand that the motion is out there. With them working offline to get the verbiage correct in this, right? And then time specific here, because we have spent a lot of time on this. So if we could
revise your
get
motion,
that,
please.
if you can, Jody, if you can just
A motion to get it done,
Give it time.
30 days?
Yeah.
30 days and come back, so get what, yeah, the motion is table it for 30 days.
Is that dog days or people days?
There's a motion to table this ordinance for 30 days.
I agree with the changes.
Until the verbiage is figured out.
How about a motion to table it till the first meeting in January?
Okay, there's a motion to table this to the first meeting of January. It's still seconded by Commissioner Coldwell.
Mayor, would it be possible for me to speak? I'm sorry, I already know
Absolutely,
you made
yeah.
motions. We're coming into December. We have one meeting in December, and then we go in January. I would suggest at least 30 days from right now.
That's why I said the first meeting in January.
I got you.
Okay, can we
So-
please,
Okay.
can we please vote? Motion passes to table this to the first meeting of January, 7-0. Commissioner Mercoglio is still on the board. Did you want to? All right, we're going to go ahead and move to Section 8, Old Business, Request for Approval of Resolution Number 2024-01, Legislation in Progress for Small Box Discount Stores. Ms. Wallace?
Mr. Mayor, before we begin, I have a statement to read.
Commissioner Burbank, put your name on the board, and I will call upon you after Ms. Phyllis is done with the presentation. Go ahead, Ms. Wallace.
Phyllis Wallace, Public Works. Concerns have been expressed to the city manager's office and to leadership regarding what I'm going to call as small box businesses. For those that want to know how many we have in Deltona, we currently have 14 small box businesses throughout the city of Deltona. We have had recently to the DRC in the pre-application process only, none approved, 2 additional small box businesses interested in coming to Deltona. So if those were to be approved, we would have a total of 16 in the city of Deltona. I did give to the clerk's office maps so that you could see them, the names, the types, the 3 different brand names, if you will. So what is before you is a resolution that would provide the staff 120 days in which to work on an ordinance to bring back to you, if you so decide, where we could have a little bit more control over where these types of businesses go. Maybe that is distance separation between one and another. Maybe it's within certain zoning categories only, whatever the position of the commission would be. And I'm happy to take any questions at this point.
Vice Mayor Bradford and then Commissioner Burbank.
Vice Mayor wrote, small box discount stores, often referred to as discount retailers or discount stores, are retail establishments that specialize in offering a wide range of products at lower prices compared to traditional department stores or specialty retailers. These stores typically have a smaller physical footprint and focus on cost-effective operations to provide value to customers. Here are some examples of small box discount store chains: Five Below, Pop Shelf, Ollie's, Ross, TJ Maxx, Aldi's, and Burlington. If we put a moratorium, you block these as well. Is the city legally allowed to block the discount retailers, which is meant to block the dollar stores, Family Dollar, etc.?
That's a legal question, and I will.
That we don't have $1 million attorney.
We'll come back to the Vice Mayor's question again.
What I can answer, sir?
Please.
If you don't mind?
You might know the answer to this question.
Well, I'm not an attorney.
Neither is she.
However, this particular resolution just affords the city a limited time in which to bring back to the commission an ordinance to try to control this or otherwise limit it in some manner. This does not change anything permanently, and that would be at the discretion of the commission if that is something that you wanted us to pursue.
Can you repeat the question for the city attorney, please?
What was the question?
If we put a moratorium, you block these stores as well. Is the city legally allowed to block the discount retailers, which is meant to block the dollar stores, Family Dollar, etc.?
Okay, the city can go through a process. What we would start here, we started it once before and then stopped it. So there's a lot more information out there. There's a lot of cities in Florida who have worked on it. There's cities in Georgia that have worked on it, and they've worked on it from 2 different angles. One, have done like limiting, distances between these kinds of stores. The whole idea is, what's your goal? Is your goal to try and get more diversity in the food, so you're not, that you don't create this food desert that they talk about. So part of it, you have to look at what is the goal, what are you trying to do, and then you look at, well, what do we do about it? Some have put distance requirements and, set, you can only have so many, and and I have tons of information of different distance opportunities out there. Some have just said no. There's a couple places in Georgia that have done it because they felt that that inhibited their ability to get more diverse grocery stores and things like that in their communities if they had too many, dollar stores. So there's a lot of information out there on it. There's been a lot of literature that's been created. And so it just kind of like, what are you trying to accomplish? And then I have a list of, in Florida, we have some people to look at: Palm Coast, Lauderhill, Orange City, us. We're on the list for when we started and then stopped at Apopka, Micanopy. Micanopy and Alachua was an example of a very small kind of place that had very limited kind of food options, but they didn't want that small box to prevent them from getting some of those other kinds of more nutritious food options. So again, it has to start with kind of what the goal of what you're trying. So what I can do is set up, the two different competing interests of, what you're trying to do with it. And so what you would do then in that resolution would be the first step, and then we study it. You set aside X period of time when you can't cite anything in the community until you all decide which way you want to go with your direction, is basically how it works. But there is far more. When we did it a few years ago, there wasn't as much information out there or knowledge about this as there seems to be now, and it is a big topic of conversation. Now, I will tell you, for a lot of these, just like what happened here in Deltona, we start, and then a lot of them start and they get to that point, and then for whatever reason, the community decides not to proceed. So there's a lot of that too.
Thank you, Commissioner Burbank, then Commissioner Avila Vasquez.
Thank you, sir. These are big chickens. This could take us a couple of years to sort through. Before I get involved, I do have a statement to read for the record. You all have copies of this. I'm going to renumber these slightly after looking at them. Here it goes. RE Resolution 2024-01 for the record. I hereby serve notice that I am recusing myself from any and all discussion relating to proposed Resolution 2024-01, and also to serve notice that should Resolution 2024-01 ever come to a vote before the Deltona City Commission, I will abstain from voting on the matter. My reasoning is as follows. Prior to considering such an action, I would demand assurances that placing such limitations on the public's freedom of choice is constitutionally sound. I think Marcia just addressed that. My training and experience lead me to believe that Resolution 2024-01 is discriminatory and therefore illegal in that regard. To assist our deliberations, staff is advising us that the presence of such dollar stores in certain neighborhoods can create what are known as, in planning parlance, food deserts. Memory serves such store placement has been permitted in Deltona in the past, the rationale being at that time that they helped eliminate food deserts. I would have that dichotomy explained. Any such moratorium and/or limitations on small box retail stores within shopping centers has a direct and negative impact on rent collections, thereby denying leaseholders the legal use of their holdings. And finally, I have a personal financial interest in the availability and continued success of such dollar stores. I shop there to save money. I purchase office, school, and crafting supplies and non-name brand canned goods, among other items. The nearest big box retailer from home is several miles away. The nearest dollar store is a few blocks away. I not only save the mileage cost, but my time, which I value. Thank you, Mayor.
Appreciate that statement. Hold on, guys. For clarification, City Attorney, are any of these valid reasons for him to abstain or recuse himself from a vote?
Negative. No.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Commissioner Avila Vasquez, and then Commissioner McCool, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Phyllis, what is the square footage that will fall into this square box stores?
Anything up to 16,000 square feet.
Anything under?
Up 16,000 and below would fall under the moratorium.
16,000, okay. So I know that this was brought up once before, and I think legal advice was for us to not address these things as dollar stores, because it would seem more like a discrimination against dollar stores. This is the first time that it's been addressed as box progress of small box discount stores. So here again, I saw the news that the mayor was part of, and I saw residents being interviewed. And those residents did want dollar stores near them because they cannot afford to purchase the most expensive items in other stores around them. It was in the news. I'm not making this up. So I don't have a problem. I think the best solution for us to limit the space between dollar stores, not one behind the other. But I don't think we can deny a box store to come into our neighborhood. Because again, like the vice mayor said, it could be any other dollar store. So if I am the owner of the plaza on Deltona Boulevard, and I have an empty slot like they do right now, and one of these other box stores want to come in, we are going to deny this plaza to rent to the store? I mean, that's a question that I'm putting out there. Are we going to deny the plaza, my property, the city's going to deny me to rent this empty lot to a box store? And I don't know, maybe I should direct it to our lawyer, not Phyllis. But, I mean, to me, I just feel like we're opening up a can of worms by saying no more dollar stores. I don't think that's a phrase we should be using. I don't think we should be limiting box stores, but rather come up with something that will make them have some kind of distance between them, and not one that we can walk to one and the other. So, again, my question... Yes, my question is, are you going to deny me, the owner of Deltona Plaza, to rent to a box store?
Not at this particular moment, no. I mean, the whole idea, this item was on tonight, so you guys could decide whether you wanted to go and set a public, put notice out and have some detailed information to give you guys options to look at. Do you even want to do the resolution to begin with? It's not to decide tonight because you or the Deltona Plaza have not been given sufficient information to determine a course of action. You need to look at some stuff. You need to have the public know that you're going to talk about this specifically, and this is the information you have. Then you get their comment and you see what's being presented, two possible options, and then you guys, just like what we did once before, it went to resolution, everybody, it was like, and then we get there and we had people spoke on both sides and everything, and the commission said, no, we don't want to do this. And this is what's happening in all these communities that are doing this. They go to this first step if there's enough interest to do the first step, and then they see, they listen, they hear, and at that point they decide, do we want to proceed? It's just like, I dealt with something very different, but on a beach community, they were trying to revitalize their downtown, but they didn't want just tattoo and piercing establishments to revitalize their downtown. So what they did was they used distance requirements, which is something you can do with dollar stores.
And I think that's what we should be concentrating on instead of closing doors on businesses that want to come into the city.
Okay.
Never mind, I'm not going to bring that one up. But again, we have to watch ourselves. I know the last time this came up, we were warned about identifying dollar stores. That is being discriminating against a chain of stores, and we shouldn't do that. So can we please stop using dollar stores here up at the dais? I'm glad to see that Phyllis and Glenn decided to go and use the proper wording, which was small box discount stores.
Yes, that's the
all right? Because we're just opening ourselves for a lawsuit by saying we don't want a dollar store in the city of Deltona. That's, let's concentrate on the distance of stores. I think it makes better sense. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner McCool?
I want to make sure I understand, I understand the resolution, but my questions that I want answered are the legal ramifications of what the discriminatory practices are not allowed, right? I want to understand what is the goal here, because sometimes the goal is to, if you're putting a lot of dollar stores in an area, then that area can become depressed or whatever. I understand economically, but we can't discriminate against businesses. And I want to understand the legalities of that. And again, what we're talking about, what is the goal? We don't want them right on top of one another. We just don't. We don't need that in our city, because I believe that what it does, while we protect these businesses that want to come in, we also have an idea that we would like to see a mixture of economically available stores, right? We want to see a mixture. So I don't want to see a business discriminated against, but I want them well placed in our city so that we're not sitting right on top of one another and saying that this community is this because this is here. I want a nice mixture. So if we can do that, if we can talk about that as far as the legalities go here in the resolution.
Now?
Well, yeah, if we're talking about...
You accidentally turn off your mic.
This was supposed to just be here to decide if you want to go forward. To have the discussion, yeah. Have that discussion. Part of legality is in having a process. Mm-hmm. And so the process is you establish, you're going to have a resolution that's going to discuss the issues that you're raising at such and such a date, and you all will get all of the information that I've been able to accumulate with regard to other cities and what has happened out there. There's matrices, there's all sorts of stuff that's been identified in this area now, and that can be available, and then you all read it, then have your meeting, people come and talk. That is the preserving the legality of going through a process and not just singling out any particular business and just deciding they're no good.
Yep.
Okay.
And I understand that, and I want us to, again, be protected legally as we visit this resolution. Does it take a resolution, or does it just take a workshop on, on this? The desire has been expressed, and I understand that, to discuss this by both the public and the commission. So that's where I just wanted that clarification. I'm good, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Colwell?
Of the 16 stores, the two that are proposed, are they all dollar stores?
They are all of a dollar-type business, yes, sir.
And the average is about 16,000 square feet, under 20,000 square feet, safely said?
I quickly pulled about 8 of them real quickly on the property appraisers, and they were all around 9,000 to 10,000 square feet.
So some data that I pulled up, the average Ollie is about 32,000 square foot. TJ Maxx is approximately 30,000 square foot. At this time, I'd like to motion to approve the approval of resolution for the moratorium of the...
So it's just so we can talk about it at a later. Yeah. So I'll come back to you, Commissioner Crowell. We got Commissioner Jody Lee, Vice Mayor. I have a couple of things, and then we'll get public input as well. Commissioner.
I thank you, Mayor. I agree with Commissioner Caldwell, but the other thing is, it's not the legality of the biggest thing of it. But the other part is, if we're going to put dollar stores, or small box stores, or whatever word we're going to use, we should add storage units and auto parts stores in there too. I mean, those are all something that pop up everywhere you turn around. There's a storage unit, there's a, what's that? Right, there's a box store, but a storage unit is, but the legality of it, if someone owns a plaza and someone wants to rent and put a dollar store in there, I mean, you're going to tell someone they can't rent the space because we have to look at the whole legality part of it. And I think people should understand that I believe this is coming up, in my opinion, because there's a dollar store that's been submitted in front of Pine Ridge High School. I think that's where it's coming from. Well, if the property's already zoned for that, I don't even think it has to come back to the commission for us to approve it. So this is what they're proposing, a dollar store in front of Pine Ridge High School between the church or school and the driveway going in. I believe they're proposing a dollar store right there in front of Pine Ridge. I think there's safety aspects of that to deny that one. Because from what I understand, that's where they want to put a dollar store. Isn't that one of the dollar store sites?
Yes, sir, it is, and it's just been presented to us in a pre-application. There's been no formal submittal. We just had a pre-application with them at the last DRC.
Yeah, because that's what I understand. It's directly right in front of.
Just to correct you on that, this has been brought up because there was first an Arby's and then it became a dollar.
Well, I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with Johnny. I think we should talk about it.
Not Pine Ridge.
But I know there's one that's proposed there, that was proposed there in front of Pine Ridge School, and that's in my opinion, a crazy location for one of these stores. I mean, there's a kid just got killed a couple years ago there. I understand the traffic, it's a whole different thing, but that space, I think there's safety issues for that location right there. And I think that should be very well looked at before we come to any decisions or any departments in the city makes to determine whether to approve or deny that one. But on this one, I agree with Commissioner Caldwell. We need to discuss this because there's not just one thing that needs to be singled. I mean, there's other things. There's all of a sudden there's auto parts stores popping up all over the place, and I don't want no more McDonald's. I don't want a Burger King. Can we get something to eat besides a drive-through? Anyway, that's it.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Bradford.
Okay, she asked, are you allowed to only block a small portion of the small box stores? Last time, we were told that you could not block only dollar stores. All stores were going to be blocked. My additional concern is we do not have a full-time city manager in place, and we need a plan since it is only 6 months. Also, if this is out for information, then why does it say resolution? This is a resolution. Read it. Under the resolution, it states to temporarily no issue business tax receipts or accept or consider any permit application or processing of site plans, building permits, or development orders for any development. We need a workshop, not a resolution.
Okay, so I agree with the Vice Mayor. We can just change the wording when somebody does the motion, whether they want to accept it or not, or if they're going to approve it, do a motion to have a workshop on this. I do have a couple questions. Do we currently do any restrictions right now on any specific stores? So if I have a tattoo parlor, I can open up a tattoo parlor if I want? The answer is no.
There is some. It depends on how the...
So if I have, hold on, I allowed everyone on this dais to ask questions without being interrupted, except one time with Commissioner Strozzi because I wanted to clarify something. If I owned a mobile hemp store, right, and I wanted to open that business up, it's approved by the state. Am I able to open it in the city of Deltona? I am?
Yes.
As of when? Because I've been getting emails from a resident that is not allowed to open their hemp store.
There was a permit issued for that.
Okay.
A BTR.
A hemp store.
It's like an ice cream truck.
If Dareware was to want to open up a second store, are they allowed to open it?
If who? I'm sorry, the first.
If somebody wants to open an adult store, like one that we already have on Saxon Boulevard, are they allowed to open it?
As far as I know, yes. I mean, but I mean, these are all sites.
All I'm trying to get to is, in this city, this is the conversation we should be having. And I understand, I agree, we need a full-time city manager. But we've spent, to Jody's credit, we've spent a lot more time talking about fences and chickens than our land use codes. And against popular belief, I personally, and I don't do it here in the dais because I'm not doing it for show, but I have asked multiple times to have land use codes put on some type of thing so we can talk about our land use codes. Do you know that it's been a year since I've been elected, and I think this is the first time that we're actually talking about being a little bit more coherent with what we have as a city, because right now we're nothing more but a couple of strip malls and a huge HOA. That's all we are. So speaking about this is a good thing. I'm not saying we have to turn them all away. I'm just saying let's restrict to how many the news report that you quoted, Commissioner Villa-Vasquez, she literally under 4 minutes walked from one dollar store to another one. When you read federal and state studies on this, dollar stores specifically, and you know, if there's going to be a lawsuit, they might as well sue the federal government, but dollar stores have a history of keeping the median household income down in the communities they serve. You can shake your head all day long. It's a fact. It's something that's been done. Number two, if you look at some of these dollar stores, or quote unquote, let's hyphenate it with box stores, they seem to always have a blighting issue, which that's something that their city manager is going to have to work with code enforcement. But when I read that study, I was like, that can't be true. I'm not going to say where, but I walked to 2 of them, and guess what I saw? A lot of blight, not only outside, but also inside those stores. All I'm asking is that for once, right, we do what our residents want, and let's have a conversation about it. We're not restricting them. We're just saying, like we did with the housing situation, at that time I believe we had a full-time city manager, let's put a halt to what we're doing so we can actually plan out what we have to get done, and then make sure that we actually get things that are worth coming to our city. But I don't think, I mean, I'm looking at this map, and I understand that I guess somebody didn't figure out that all this right here is residential, but a lot of these are within walking distance. I'm saying let's really sit down and talk about maybe restricting how close they need to be to each other. That's all I was trying to say. Commissioner Jody Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree. At the same time, I think if we're going to make a motion, I'd like to make a motion for a workshop to bring this forward. At the same time, at that workshop, can we discuss the future land use codes at the same exact workshop?
I would.
Because everybody here has talked about this, and it's never happened. So at that same workshop, can we discuss at least them 2 items, whatever else might be brought up? But I'd like to make a motion for a workshop to do these 2 items.
Just be specific on that.
The moratorium on the small box stores, and to discuss the future land use codes. It is, but we can sit there. We're going to be here for hours. We could be at a workshop for a couple hours.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Jody Lee to bring this to a workshop to discuss a box store moratorium and discussion on our land use codes. Do I have a second? Now I need a second. There's a second by Commissioner Colwell. Do you have any public comment?
Brandy White, please.
Oh, lordy. Okay, back to this moratorium stuff. So I'm reading this, and it says in 2021, we tried to do this and decided not to. Do we know what the concerns were, and have those even been resolved? Number one, because otherwise we're wasting our time. Number two, our last moratorium, how much did that cost us in legal fees to do during a moratorium? And how much will this moratorium cost us in legal fees? What we're hearing, and what most everybody has pretty much seen, is it's more about the distance between these stores so that we have variety and we have a little bit of a mesh, than to be able to, like in my situation, in a 3-mile radius, there's 5. 3 of them are dollar stores, one's a Dollar Tree, and one's a Family Dollar. It's not necessary, right? So what everybody's saying is not so much, let's not have them anymore, let's not create anymore, but let's be careful where we're putting these, right? And again, it doesn't just go for Dollar Trees. It's auto parts stores, it's storage units, it's all of this. So here's my advice. It's free, no problem. Here's my advice, right? What you're looking for is not a moratorium, okay? It's a workshop, first of all. And we also know pretty much you need to know what the goal is, which we clearly see we don't have one yet. So having a moratorium makes 0 sense, because we're going to do what we did last time with the moratorium, which is zip. right? So you need a workshop to figure out what your goal is. There's no sense in having a moratorium if you don't even have a goal. In this workshop, you can easily discuss the distance issue, because let's face it, I think we're all in agreement that that is really the only issue anybody wants to talk about, is how many are crammed so close together, right? And again, let's not stop at small box discount stores. It's in general, because you're doing a land use code. So you're talking about discrimination and not wanting to get sued for this and that. Then don't. It should be for everybody anyhow. You shouldn't have 4 Walmarts next to each other either. Right? So across the board, land use code, fix the distance. This isn't rocket science, guys. This is super easy, but we've been talking about this to death for 5 years easy. Nothing's been done. Nothing was done with the last moratorium for the other building issues for land use code. Are we ever going to see the pass-through ordinance? $500,000 up to now $1 million? No? Yeah, still in la la land. Okay. My other concern with doing a moratorium right now, because as we saw with the last one, you get the one shot, right? And then the extension, and that's that. Well, here's the thing. I can't help but notice under this headline that our interim public works director is talking to us about this, which has nothing to do with public works. Oh, that's right. We ran off the guy we needed here to handle this. That's right. So until we actually have somebody at the helm there, it would only make sense to maybe not do a moratorium, because that's a timeline issue. And a workshop isn't, right? You can sit there and talk at a workshop. You can do 5 workshops over the course of 8 years if you wanted, right? But a moratorium, that's a deadline. And we all see what happens with our deadlines and how well we come through with those deadlines. So I think a really easy, least expensive option is just to go look at the land use code at a workshop and say, what's the distance we need to look at here? Come prepared for that problem so that we have a solution at the end this time. Thank you.
Chastity Williams, please.
Hello, I know I spoke earlier, but I just wanted to, 1, speak it in the right category, and 2, be able to, for you guys to hear me clear and concise this time. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Chastity Williams, and I live in the city of Deltona. I come today in efforts to request that the city of Deltona heighten the enforced community standards and land use codes when collaborating with franchises and local stores that are allowed to open and conduct business. As a Volusia County resident, I am requesting that the city make efforts to create and shape a community that fosters a sense of pride and contributes to not only the health and safety of its residents, but also contributes to the local economy and enhances the desirability of the neighborhood. Within the past year, I've obtained my driver's license and am now able to leave school during lunch to get something to eat or travel within a 10-mile radius of my home if me and my friends would like to hang out. When obtaining limited range driving freedom, I then realized how poor my restaurant options were, which included Checkers and Wendy's, and how we had so many dollar stores within our community. I mean, there are 20 dollar stores within a 10-mile radius of my home, and not one quality, healthy restaurant that me and my friends can sit down in and eat lunch or dine in after a football game, which is why my family, friends, and neighbors commute to Lake Mary, Orange City, DeLeon, and Winter Park. I was very excited to see how Mayor Santiago has taken notice to the overflow of dollar stores in our community and considering to put a moratorium in place. However, I am coming as a voice of the community requesting that the store type growth not be temporarily stopped but permanently prohibited and actually reduced and replaced with healthy dine-in restaurants, smoothie shops, and culture venues and institutions that would create a strong community spirit that will positively grow our community and value of the land and create a community that we will all be proud of. And also, I just want to say that me personally, if I wanted to come up with a plan that would benefit everyone, not just saying that we should cancel out all Dollar General stores, but replacing them with things that half the community would love, and keeping the Dollar General stores in the communities that mostly benefit and support And I also agree with what he said, the man right here.
Commissioner
George, sorry, that we need to put the safety of our people when we put like Dollar General stores or other little restaurants or whatever, of the safety of the community and not just this store will make a lot of money for the community and help us out. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
David Sosa, please.
Okay, so if I want to open a convenience store, I can't. If I want to franchise a Pop Shelf, which is an upscale dollar store, I can't. You know, unfortunately, I have a problem with this. You know, we need to look. I understand a lot of people are tired of seeing dollar stores. Me too. I think we need other quality restaurants, other quality retail. Okay? But here's the deal. We have an economic development department, or we had. I believe there was 3 people in there. As far as I understand, everybody in that department's either quit or been terminated. Is there anybody in that department? No. So the first thing we need to do is actually get an economic development team together to go out and recruit the quality businesses that the residents want. Because if you don't, businesses are going to do what? They're going to come to where they see a niche, regardless of what it is, a dollar store, an auto parts store, a storage unit. With as many RPUDs that can't put sheds in their backyards, of course storage units are going to be beneficial. So maybe we need to look at that when we do our land use code, that we need to make sure that there's enough property so somebody could put a shed in their house. Okay? I'm currently working with a commercial real estate agent and a property owner to do a sit-down restaurant here in Deltona. You know, it's a very complex problem. I'm not a professional at that, but it's something that we need to do. We need an economic development team to go out there and recruit these types of businesses that the Deltona residents want. We also pay Team Volusia $50,000 a year. What have they brought to Deltona? 0. We've been paying them for how many years? 10? So that's $500,000, right, Albert? And what have they brought us? Not one brick and mortar store, period. So we need to reevaluate. Have we reached out to Team Volusia and said, hey, look, we got a problem, fix it. And if they're not doing anything, why do we pay them? We are the biggest, we pay the most money into Team Volusia than any other municipality in Volusia County. And what do we get in return? Nothing. Now you go to the east side, you get Port Orange, you go to Daytona Beach. They've got all kinds of commercial development over there. So we need to start, putting the grip on Volusia, Team Volusia, and get them to bring us some brick and mortar. As far as a moratorium, I totally disagree with a moratorium. This is something that should be done without a moratorium. We can do the land use code without a moratorium. The thing is, are we going to do it? Like Brandy said, it's got time constraints. And we've seen from previous commissions that with all the infighting on the commission, with all the infighting with the city managers, priorities are not there. And deadlines are missed. So I personally don't think the government should be picking winners and losers when it comes to business, but we do need a better description of how we're going to plan our land use code. We've already got commercial property to use it. And Tom, unless you're, going to be building a dollar store, you really can't, abstain from voting. Just a yes or a no. Thanks.
Albert Bryan, please.
Wow. The biggest problem I have with what's on the agenda tonight with this is it says the lack of healthy food choices. That's interesting, because I can go into a big box store, Walmart, Publix, Aldi's, and see the same junk food in there as I do in the small box. So just that alone, just that part alone, tells me this is crapola. And it's about that deep. That's why we got rid of this in 2020. Because it makes no sense at all. So it seems like the same person wrote it up this time that wrote it up last time. It's interesting. It really is. As Mr. Sosa just said, we pay Team Volusia all this money. And yet, they just stole something from us and put it over on the East Coast. That's like 3 times now in the last year and a half. So why are we paying Team Volusia any money at all, period? Now I'm gonna echo what everybody else has said here that had any sense. To do any kind of moratorium with this means y'all don't know what the hell you're doing. To do a workshop means y'all actually are thinking, or maybe trying to think, which may be something that actually, could cause a cloud of smoke over there. We don't know. We'll see. But at the end of the day, what you're telling people and businesses is we don't want your business in our city. That's what this comes down to. That is a bad image. To think that you don't want commercial property when we've been begging for commercial business in this place for 25 years. We've gone through 3 mayors, and yet we've gone through almost 20 managers. Isn't that interesting? So why don't we have commercial businesses here? Oh, because most of those mayors gave them this. Is that what y'all want to do with this? Do you really, really want to do that? So we have to start and rebuild a relationship with the businesses all over again? By telling any box store that you're not welcome here, tells them all the same thing. That's asinine for a city that has no commercial business, hardly at all in it. You're 85% residential, you're 10% commercial. Are any of y'all actually ever going to wake up out of this slumber and realize that we need a real tax base to take the tax off of these people here? But no, we get a hospital that can't be charged taxes. We get an emergency room that can't be charged taxes. Granted, they're probably needed, but then we have, 100 churches here too? Can we do a moratorium on churches? I mean, if you want to go to the loony side of it, let's go all the way. I mean, really, people? Really? Think about what you're doing. And Mr. Burnbank, you can vote no and abstain from all the talking all you want. It won't bother none of us. Y'all have a good night.
Carolyn Hickerson, please.
Good evening. I'm sorry, I think Ms. Williams has already left the building, but if she runs for office, I'll vote for her. I think she's going to be an up-and-coming star someday. So I've heard a few things tonight. One, I think we need to distinguish between discount and retailers. Retailers are, as the vice mayor pointed out, she put them as a box store. They are not. Ross, Ollie's, Five and Below, TJ Maxx, they're retailers. They will bring a tax base to us. The smaller stores that I think are complaints, and within where I live, within 3 miles from my home, I have Family Dollar, Dollar General, Dollar Tree. I have Food Lion, Walmart, Publix, and Winn-Dixie. I don't have a problem finding good food. I do have a problem with how many eyesores I have close to my home. If we want to be better as a community, if we want to not be looked at as an armpit of Volusia County, we have to do better. Because we are getting what we deserve because we're not willing to put in what we need to put in to make ourselves better. We constantly put the buggy before the horse. We constantly do that. We don't have planning folks seated to help with this. Every time I hear Marcia say, we need to do a study, or something like that, what I hear is study for dollars, ka-ching, 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 ka-ching. That's what I hear. I don't hear any resolutions coming out of this. I want to hear resolutions. I believe there are only really 3 ways that a city can raise revenue. Tax dollars: retail, residential taxes, law enforcement, tickets, codes. We don't have a police department. I don't know where the money goes with the sheriffs. I don't know if we get any of that back when they write a ticket. I don't know how good our codes department is doing, if they're even writing violations and we're getting any kind of tax base out of that. I don't know. I'm not really sure we need a workshop yet because we don't really have the minds in place to enforce anything that you would discuss. We don't have anyone who's going to actually put rubber to the road to make things happen. We have empty seats in high-seated positions in this city. We can't really do anything. You can talk all you want, but that's really not going to solve the problems. We're not going to solve any problems until we fill the seats that need to be filled, until we're willing to stop putting the buggy before the horse, and until we're willing to look at the difference between discount and retailers. I have 5 auto parts stores, 5 auto parts stores within a 2 and 3 mile radius of my house. 5. We look like an armpit because we're not bringing in high-dollar commercial. We're not bringing in high-dollar restaurants. We're not bringing any of that in. We look like what we are, the armpit of Volusia County. If we want better, we have to be better.
That ends public comment.
Okay. Excuse me, we have a motion on the floor and a second.
Yes.
Sure.
What is the motion? I would like to hear it clarified, please.
The motion, once again, is Commissioner Jody Lee made a motion to have a workshop on box stores and on working on our land use codes, and that motion was seconded by Commissioner Caldwell.
Can I take a shot at that, Commissioner Strozuk? I would like to see the workshop lead with a review of the comprehensive plan to include revisions potentially to the comprehensive plans as it relates to placement of dollar stores. That's more encompassing because there is more to talk about in the comp plan than just the dollar stores.
That's fine. We're going to bring it all up at the workshop. It needs to go to a workshop so we can discuss all of it. At a workshop, we'll be able to hammer all this out.
So you want to retract your motion?
Well, it's the same thing. It's going to be the same thing. So, yeah, I agree, but it's going to be the same thing. The comprehensive plan, the future land use codes, the big box stores, small box stores, it's all going to be discussed at the workshop. That's the thing about our development in our city.
I don't know where we're going to go right now, Mr. What would you like to see happen? Give it another shot, Jody.
We already have a motion.
The motion's already made.
Okay.
And everybody's ready to vote. If you don't want that motion, we can. It'll have to be voted on. It'll die, and then you can make another motion. So, it's on the board. Go ahead, Commissioner, Mr. Whitcomb.
So just to be clear, are you voting on enacting the resolution, or are you just voting on doing a workshop?
We're just voting on doing the workshop.
Let me ask Marcia this question. Hold on.
Nothing will change.
So we don't have to vote down the resolution itself?
No. That was never the intended purpose.
Okay.
No, I never made a motion for the resolution. The only thing I did is make a motion for a workshop to discuss all this.
All right, just want to be clear.
All right, so let's go ahead and vote. The motion for a workshop for a workshop on our land use codes and the box stores passes 6-1. Commissioner Vila Vasquez, you're on the board again? That's fine. All right. We're going to go ahead and move on to the new business, selection of vice mayor.
I'd like to make a motion.
Hold on. Joyce? Okay, so vice mayor gets the first, as we discussed, as you guys instructed me. And then after that, I guess Commissioner Crowell is also on the board.
I have a motion. I want to make a motion to have Dana McCool as vice mayor.
There's a motion by Vice Mayor Bradford to have Dana McCool as the vice mayor. Is there a second? There's no second, so the motion dies for lack of a second. Commissioner Crowell, you're on, even though you didn't click, but go ahead.
I would like to motion for Commissioner Strozik.
I'll second that.
There's a motion by Commissioner Colwell to appoint Commissioner Strozik as the new vice mayor, and seconded by Commissioner Burbank. Will you please vote? Dana. McCool. The motion passes 6-1. And at this time, I believe Vice Mayor Strozik comes to sit over here, right? Go ahead.
Come to Papa.
You're the vice mayor now. You're the vice mayor now. All right.
Mostly vice.
We're going to talk about requests for approval of the 2024 holiday meeting schedule. Joyce?
So this is presented to the commission every year to vote on. The only difference this year is the federal holiday, Juneteenth. That's the only thing that's been added. Everything else is identical to what we do every single solitary year.
Commissioner or Vice Mayor Bradford?
She wrote, I'm good.
Commissioner Avila Vasquez?
I just want to make a motion.
Go ahead. There's nobody else on the board.
I move to approve the meeting and invocation calendars for 2024 as presented, and the interim city manager has the authority to make corrections to scrivener's errors and the like.
Second.
There is a motion by Commissioner Avila Vasquez and a second by Commissioner Burbank. While we wait for Vice Mayor Strozik to come back, we can, at least the rest of us can start voting.
Are you going to do public comment?
Did we have any public comment there?
David Sosa.
We still have a motion on the floor, so you can't take public comments.
All I've got to say, there was this in place last year that was voted on for regular commission meetings, first and third Monday of every month, workshops to be determined, but on the second and fourth. This year, 2023, this has got to be the most dysfunctional commission that I have ever seen in the history of Deltona. You guys have canceled meetings, pushed meetings off, gone to one meeting a month, skipping. You got commissioners that can't even make it. They know when the meetings are scheduled. They go on vacation. They don't give a crap. You know, what is the point of actually even putting this in an agenda just so that it's, you know, ignored? That's all I got to say.
Mayor, you have a quorum. I can do the vote. We just put that he's absent for the vote.
Okay.
Yeah,
Motion passes 6-0. This time, we're going to go ahead and go to Section C, request approval of the amendments to the State Housing Initiatives Partnership 2022 through 2025 Local Housing Assistance Plan. Ms. Briggs.
Good evening, just 1 second. There we go. That's right. Okay. Is that it? There it is. Good evening, Angela Briggs, Community Development Manager. The Local Housing Assistance Program plan is what you have before you. That's basically our workbook, and it lists all the projects that we can do over a 3-year period. We have a year and a half remaining on the LHAP, but we thought that it was essential that we change some things in the LHAP based on some things that had to come before you, and also some things that we saw out in the community. So we're going to be able to go through this. And why is it not red? Okay. So this is just really technical stuff that we have to put in the LHAP. We didn't change anything. It's not showing up red. The items that we changed, you'll see they're in a different color. We wanted to bring those to your attention. We included this information because we were getting ready to work with some builders and contractors, and also because of Live Local. We wanted to make sure that if any multifamily developers came in, that they knew what type of product we wanted. So everything in red we added, and I'm sure you have it on your paperwork there. Those are just the tenets of it. Then we get down to the different programs. The first one is the Purchase Assistance Program. We did not do really anything there other than we did raise the amount of down payment to $60,000, $55,000, and $50,000. And we did that, we increased that because it was based on what we saw out in the community, the price of homes to purchase, and the fact that we have only been able to provide down payment assistance for 2 houses in the past 2 years because the price of the homes. So we had to increase the amount that we were giving them in order to be able to even assist them with getting in a home. As you go further down, there are a couple of other items at the bottom there. The applicants in red, that's item number 14 and 15. The applicants will have to have 3.5% down. That's going to be required. There are no exceptions to that. We provide the other down payment, so we think it's only fair and sufficient for them to provide 3.5% in order to buy a home. The maximum sales price of the home cannot exceed $323,000, and we use the same guidelines as Volusia County. We looked at Seminole County, but we thought we would just keep everything within the county the same. Please keep in mind that if you all would like to make any corrections to this, please let us know, and we'll make corrections or change them. And I'm only going through the changes that we did because this is a document that's been out in the community for a year and approximately 3 months. We just made changes to make it easier to work with our residents in this climate. Okay, so the next program is the Owner Occupied Repair Program. If you'll notice, we included a grant
Before, the grant was only for very low and only for elderly, and it was only for a roof. But what we saw a lot of elderly people, not just elderly people, but young people, working class people that did not want to take advantage of the program because we were putting the lien on for 15 years. And they only wanted a roof or an HVAC, or they wanted their septic done. So we decided, let's give everybody a freebie up to, I think it's $20,000, and it is an emergency grant. That is, if your septic goes out, we'll come out and we'll fix it. If your roof needs to be replaced, we'll come out and we'll fix it. We will not give the money to the homeowner. We actually have contractors that we contract with on a rotating basis and per bid. So we ensure that we get the lowest price that's available at that time. So the grant includes any item up to $20,000. And in addition to that, we can use that for the emergency too. We can use that for the emergency during hurricanes also. The other item we did is, what? Yeah. The owner occ went up to 60. I'm sorry, I don't, you know what? I'll use mine. So the owner occ, what we call owner occupied repair, where we repair the homes, we increased that to $60,000. We also made a change in heir ownership. In the past, if someone had came and received assistance from us, they passed away, their heirs would still have the lien on the property. What we did was we changed that strategy to say that if the heir was living in the property or was going to live in the property, we would not call the loan, ask them to pay the loan, and that they could stay in there until the length of the mortgage expired, and at that time, we would provide them with a satisfaction of mortgage. Let's see. The disaster strategy, we made a change to that also. The maximum award is $25,000. We included the value of the home also, that the value of the home could not exceed $323,000, just like down payment assistance. And we based that also off the Volusia County and the other municipalities of Volusia County. So we tried to keep everything somewhat the same. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Seminole County was a little lower, so maximum purchase price. We also made a change to essential personnel. That's going to be, we're going to give them preferential treatment in that, just like SHIP has advised us in the past. So essential personnel will go to the top of the list, and we would process them and expedite their processing. The other item we did on owner-occupied repair was contract cannot be brand guidelines. It's in reference to the execution of the mortgage and the promissory note, and we wanted to make sure, although we've been doing this all along, we wanted to put in the document that when the executed mortgage was done, that it would be immediately recorded. Thank you. The next strategy is the foreclosure assistance strategy. We put that it is a one-time assistance. What we see is that homeownership is becoming increasingly difficult for people at this time. And we are concerned about rental assistance over this holiday period into the first quarter of next year. So what we wanted to do was put in our foreclosure strategy, so if anyone was going into foreclosure, we could provide them with assistance. We did do the terms on that. We did put terms on that. It is not a grant. Based on input from Florida Housing and our AHAC committee, we did reinstitute the General Sewer Assistance Program, considering all the flooding and everything, and if pipe were to go down a road, we would be able to provide assistance to a homeowner with basically up to $25,000 to bring the pipe from the road into the home. And I think that was done as no, it's a 10-year lien, but the lien is forgiven after the 10 years, 100%. There's no interest or anything like that. Those are for the forgiveness periods and everything and all the information down there, who the recipients and tenants can be, and any other additional information that an applicant would need to know. So those are all of the home ownership strategies that we made changes to. In reference to the rental strategy, we did, again, we hate to say it, but we anticipate increased interest in rental assistance over and after the holidays. So we wanted to get this in place so that we would be prepared. Currently, staff only has CARES rental assistance, and that's very limited. So we did put all of these items in place. The maximum award for that is going to be $20,000 or up to 6 months. It will be a grant, but if you receive rental assistance once, you won't be able to come back through the program again. Was it 20? I can't read. No, it's 10. It's 10. Yeah. Okay. The other multifamily, these are multifamily strategies. The other multifamily strategy is new construction. Based on the market right now, and the lack of housing that the city can purchase to make available for rental, we devised for multifamily, and in light of Live Local, we created, the new construction strategy for multifamily. If you go down through that strategy, you'll see a lot of the conditions. It's a minimum of a 20-year term, and it's 20 years on every unit that has affordability in it. These projects will be monitored by staff annually to assure that the information, just like we take applications here, we review them and we make sure that they are income qualified. Staff will go on site, they will review those applications and walk the units to ensure that they're affordable. At any point, if it's determined that they're not affordable, that affordability will be denied. And they would have, from that point on, that unit would not receive the affordability. In addition, okay. No repayment would be required as long as the loan is in good standing over the 20 years. There is no interest rate to that. We will couple, the developer will have to couple that strategy along with some other type of affordable strategy so that we have multiple, lenders and multiple investors reviewing the file and reviewing the units to ensure that they are truly affordable units. So what we did is we said that in addition to providing funding from the city, we also were going to require that they have some other type of affordable funding, like sale, low-income housing tax credit, bond, and they monitor their units also. With the tax credits, at any point that it doesn't become affordable, they lose the tax credits for that unit. And I think the final item we have is the rental acquisition and preservation. This strategy strategy was based on an analysis that we did that, like I spoke to earlier, it's increasingly hard to locate homes in Deltona for people to rent. And in lieu of not having any multifamily to rent, we have to find some way to expend the money on low and very low income renters. So this is a program that we would like to start once this LHAP is approved. We'd like to start. It would be purchasing homes that say were either in foreclosure or homes at a rate where we would not have them as the city, but we would hand those over to someone like a community land trust. They would be affordable for approximately about, I think it's 20 years also. To very low, and in some cases, not many moderate income residents. And other than that, I think that's all our new strategies. I did it in red so that it would stand out and you would see the changes that we made, since we're making changes to an already in place document. Did anybody have any questions or concerns?
Vice Mayor Bradford. Commissioner Avila Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. You mentioned that it would be rental assistance is only once.
Yes.
Right. So that's if they come here. What if they go to New Hope Services, because they do also rental assistance?
They do, but the funding that New Hope receives from the public service, neither New Hope nor Neighborhood Center can usually pay a full month.
So that's the difference?
They normally pay a portion of the month, because they get less than 20-some thousand, less than 30,000. So that's going to be spread out over 12 months. So most times they can't pay a full month of rental assistance.
Okay. And I know that one of the biggest problems we have is that we don't have enough people who come out to apply, right? And I remember that during the Hurricane Ian, and all the departments were meeting here, you had requested Danny to have his staff, as they did the driving around to identify damages and stuff, to bring you a list of addresses that would have blue tarps. How did that turn out? Nothing?
We only received 3 inquiries, and none of them have come through.
But did they bring you a list?
They gave us a list. We have a list.
We gave them everything that they needed, but when we speak to them on the phone, they're either calling for their family member without the family member being there, and we need to speak to them. It needs to be directly with the owner of the home. That was one of the issues. Others are that they don't income qualify.
But they did bring you a list?
Yes, they did bring us a list, and for this other hurricane that we just had.
Yeah, that's the one I'm referring to.
Well, yeah, letters went out to everybody that had a rooftop.
And nobody?
No, we received a list both years. For Ian, Nicole, and what was this one this year? We received one for this year also.
Thank you, Mayor. That was my questions. It's a shame, right?
Commissioner Colwell.
On the down payment assistance for homes and multifamily homes, we pay up to $60,000 for the assistance. You had mentioned that if the loan stays intact, if the person passes on and it moves to a family member, if they pay off that loan, they'll be forgiven that $60,000?
I think that was one of the rentals, or one of the...
Single-family homes, yeah. Assistance.
Yeah, but it's not forgiven.
It's not forgiven?
I don't think it is.
If the loan is paid off? That's what I thought you'd said.
Let's see. It's not. It's a 30-year lien. I think you were talking about a different one. Possibly. It was a rehab,
yeah.
Right? It's the rehab one. And I have to say that the AHAC helped with this also, so that's why you hear them in the background correcting us, because they helped review it and approve it.
Peanut gallery.
All right, thank you.
Okay, is there any public comment?
No.
Commissioner Avila Vasquez?
I think I lost it. Hold on a second. Here it is. Yes, Mayor, I would like to make a motion if there's no other comments. I hereby move to approve the amendments to Local Housing Initiatives Partnership Plan, LHAP, and direct staff to forward the revised LHAP to Florida Housing Finance Corporation for approval and acceptance.
There is a motion by Commissioner Avila Vasquez and seconded by Commissioner Burbank. We don't have the TVs again.
Motion passed 6-0.
Mayor, may I make a
please.
comment? I just want to give a great shout out and thank you to our AHAC committee. You guys did an awesome job and you worked so hard. And I'm proud to say that this is one of the boards of the city of Deltona that never, ever fails with quorum. So thank you so much for everything you do.
They're even here.
All right, at this time, there is a request for approval of Colin Basinger and Associates Services Grant Contract. Oh, I skipped one, I apologize. Request approval for purchase of hydraulic brokers and Hydrolink SCADA equipment packages for all lift stations 1 through 55 from Hydro Services, Inc., located in DeBary, Florida, in a total amount not to exceed $822,109. Ms. Wallace.
Phyllis Wallace, Public Works. This was it was budgeted for SCADA updates. I did the narrative. By no means do I understand the technical components of it, so I'm going to refer to Jim Parrish, who is our Water and Resource Manager, because if I say something, I'll just confuse everybody further. So, Jim?
Thank you, Ms. Wallace. Jim?
Jim Parrish, Deltona Water, Wastewater Manager. What we've presented to you is an upgraded communication platform for our lift stations. It will increase our response time from about 27 minutes down to real time. Brings us forward 20 years for the software as well as the hardware that's physically located out in the system for all of our lift stations. As Phyllis said, this was a budgeted item for capital improvement for all of those stations.
Thank you. Commissioner Bradford?
Questions?
Commissioner Avila Vasquez? I was just told to call on her before I read.
Mayor, if there's no more comments, I would like to make a motion.
I have just one question. These are upgrades to the 55 lift stations, correct? Right? Are they physical or software?
They're physical.
Okay. In those upgrades, does that mean that our lift stations will now have like integrated generators in them? Sorry, it's not my expertise. Sure. I'm just trying to, because we've went through some hurricanes, and I can tell you a couple of lift stations that don't have that, and I'm just concerned.
What this is for is SCADA is basically the communication in the eyes and ears of the lift stations that communicates it back to the plants where the staff are located at. So when there's a pump that comes on or any sort of alarm or anything like that, currently the technology that we use is basically like a CB radio with an antenna that's at each plant. What this does is it allows us to have more data capabilities to trend, gives us in real time, everything is cellular based now, so we lose the lightning protection issue that we have with having an antenna sticking 20 foot above the lift stations. Makes it so that it's real time. It decreases the amount of response time that we have, but basically it's a cab cabinet with new relays and new communication software. It doesn't have anything to do with the generator portion. It's just each individual's communication back to the plants.
In these, will we be able to kind of detect if one of the lift stations needs some type of work done to them? Because I know I don't know. I'm assuming we're doing tests on some of these lift stations currently?
Absolutely, it will. We go around to the stations, daily to check different things such as amps. We check, how are the pumps running. This communication package will actually do that for us. It'll tell us how many times each pump is started. So say, for example, we've got 2 pumps in each station. It will tell us, okay, one pump has run 30 times where the other one has run 1 time. So we know that we would have a problem without even having to go out there. So it increases our visibility into the equipment that we have out there.
Last question. Is this something, and maybe it's a dumb question, I apologize, pump stations, is that going to have the same type of technology, or is that something totally separate?
Pump station.
Because we're talking about lift stations, right?
Correct.
Mayor, if I may jump in here. Yes, we're also working on doing SCADA upgrades to the water plants. We just had everything designed. We're out to our contractor at this point getting pricing for all that. So all the water plants, I'm assuming that's what you're talking about, they will all be on this type of system also with PLCs and that type of thing and cell phone modems.
Perfect. Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Villalobos. I just had those questions. I appreciate it.
Sure. I move to approve the authorization for the purchase of hydraulic brokers and hydraulic SCADA equipment packages for all lift stations 1 through 55 from Hydra Services, Inc., in an amount not to exceed $822,109.
Second.
I haven't finished.
I'm tired, it's late.
The city manager has the authority to make corrections of scrivener's errors and the like.
There's a motion by Commissioner Villalobos and a second by Commissioner Burbank. Just for disclosure, Commissioner McCool wasn't feeling well, so. And Commissioner Jody, or Vice Mayor Jody Lee is on a call. But we still have a quorum, so. No. The motion passes 5-0. This time, we're going to go to request for approval of Colin Basinger and Associate Services contract for executive search services for the selection of city manager. Mr. Whitcomb.
Yes, sir, Mayor. We have a representative here from the firm if you have any questions. This is for the search firm for the city manager search. We came before you back on November the 1st, and you did a ranking and, scoring and ranking, and gave us that direction to negotiate a contract with Colin Basinger, and we have reached that, and the quoted price was $34,500. And that's, if you have any questions, anything that you would like to ask.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Bradford, or I am so sorry, Commissioner Bradford. It's a whole year of saying that, so I got to get used to something else.
Nothing so far.
Nothing? Okay, Commissioner Villalobos.
If there is no other questions, I would like to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I hereby move to approve the Colin Basinger and Associate Services contract for executive search service for the selection of the city manager.
Second.
There's a motion and a second.
There's a public comment.
Yes, I was going to go to that next. Public comment, please.
Randy White, please.
Contracts and numbers, my love language. All right. Anybody read the contract? I'm hoping you guys did. Got some concerns, got some questions. Maybe you guys can answer for me. First and foremost, I'll just start from the top on page 1. Number 3. Actually, you know what? Let's skip right on down. We'll just skip right down to page 2. Right under number 4, letter N, where it says the scope of services set forth in contractor's proposal attached as attachment A. I want to make sure I'm reading this right here. Just closed out on me here. Okay, well, it talks about attachment A. It's going to take a second to open back up. I don't see attachment A on the agenda anywhere. It talks about attachment B being the project schedule, which I do see. My concern is, according to further down in this contract that I finally pulled back up here, on page 3 of 6, it talks about the terms contract documents and what that means, and how attachment A is the actual synopsis of the methodology that's going to be used, which is like the most important part of the contract, in my opinion. And I don't see it anywhere attached. I don't see it listed. I don't see the details of this attachment A, which concerns me because then you go down to page 6 of 6, which would be number 21, where it talks about the entire agreement is herein, which of course it's not herein. And it talks about that this will constitute the entire agreement, but it specifies again about these contract documents that seem to not exist, at least not that I can find. If anybody sees it somewhere else, I don't know. But attachment A doesn't seem to be attached to this document. So that's kind of concerning to me. In addition, I'm just going to pick numbers real quick. I'm not going to go into too much detail about it, but $14,000 in background checks. I don't know if you guys know how much a full, and I'm talking detailed, background check cost. But do we know how many applicants we're expecting to have to run background checks on? Because $14K, that's a pretty penny. So I'm hoping we're going to see, what, at least 30 come before us to choose from? 30, 40, something like that would be good. So if we can just get some clarifications on where attachment A is and what it actually consists of, because you're voting on it tonight, that'd be great. Thanks.
That ends public comment.
So, Mr. Whitcomb, I know we have a motion and a second already, but where is attachment A?
I'm going to ask the consultant to come up for just a second. I believe it's in this next part where it talks about the information gathering, but I'm not totally sure of that.
Excuse me. Colin Benziger and Associates. I'm not sure why that's not attached, but I believe the commission saw that at the earlier meeting when you did the rankings. Could certainly be attached, and I don't see any reason why you wouldn't, but it should be attached. So.
The issue we're having is, as you know, we could have seen it, but what we saw was not public record. So that's a problem.
Okay.
So we have a motion on the floor and a second. Commissioner Jody Lee, you wanted to say something before we vote?
No, it's good, Mayor. I was going to say the same thing because we had them books, and you just addressed it. We had them books. Why didn't them books? Why didn't they ever come out to be public after we picked the? I mean, I'm just wondering why they should have been out in public. So all her questions she had was in that book. And I think the residents, if they're the ones that are getting involved in this process and trying to do these other backgrounds and all these checks and all these different people that are going to come to us, I think she's got a 1,000% valid point that if there's missing stuff, if she had them books that we all had, it should have been out to the public after we picked one. And that's the way they could have read it, and all these questions would have been answered.
Well, regardless, you're signing it into the contract.
Go ahead, City Clerk.
I didn't do the agenda memo. Another department did. I don't know why the books were not attached. I do know at the time they were confidential and they could not be released when we had them on the last agenda. Right. I don't remember what that time frame is.
After that.
Yeah, but I don't know what that time frame was.
Yeah, my only issue is why after that they weren't put out to the public, so the public that are, I mean, we picked a group of, 14 residents to help us with this. That way, even they could have showed it, and they could have seen it, other people in the city could have seen it, anybody with questions, they would have had this information, and we wouldn't have looked like we do all the time.
I don't know if the time frame that it was confidential was at the time that this agenda got published. I don't know the answer.
If I can just, hold on. If I can just make a suggestion that we retract the motion and table this until we have a complete contract in front of us. Or we can vote on it, but I have a feeling how I'm going to vote already, so.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, the Commissioner Avila Vasquez has a motion.
There's no copy of that book. I know I have it, but I don't have it in my possession.
I don't have the books down here now.
You know.
You can,
how about if we...
You can skip this item, and I can have staff run up to my office and...
Well, it ain't going to answer the public's question. We got 100,000
Right,
people.
but
It's not
they've
gonna-
never seen it.
How about if we, sorry.
I mean, I
don't want to step out of turn, but how about if we retract it and table it until
That's
the
what I
next
just
meeting in May,
suggested.
the next meeting in December, so that way the public can read these books that we all had.
It's up to the original person that
I
made
have
the
a question for the company. If we take this to the next meeting, does that stop your process of starting, or did you start looking already, or have you started anything?
Well, the answer is we would not officially start. I mean, I think it's known in the industry that it's likely we'll get this job, so we have had some contacts out and such, but I mean, the real first step in this is to meet with elected officials and with the Citizens Committee, and we wouldn't want to start that until after we had a contract. So, but it's no problem. We don't mind waiting.
Okay.
You know, if it makes people
So I'll retract my
feel better.
motion and just carry it to the next meeting until all the forms are available as stated in the documentation here.
So,
yeah, take it to the next meeting until all documents are presented.
So there's a motion by Commissioner Avila Vasquez to table this to the next commission meeting, which I believe is December 11th.
Yes, sir. We'll
And
have it,
there's-
make sure that it's all in there for that package. I apologize, it was an overlook as part of one of the, I'm
You're
sorry.
okay. And it's seconded by Commissioner Colwell.
Excuse me?
To make sure it's available to the public.
Yes.
It was seconded by Commissioner Colwell. City Clerk, have a vote. Sorry, I know you're super fast. Sometimes I have expectations that are way too. Yes.
And if it's helpful, I could email a proposal to whomever wants to see it.
No, we have it. We have everything. It just got overlooked in getting in the agenda pack, and I apologize.
Motion carries 6-0. All right. This time we're going to go to Section F, request for approval of resolution number 2023-59 and budget amendment NOS 2023-086 and 2023-087 for the general fund and the street lighting fund for fiscal year 2022-2023. Ms. Leeson.
Okay, the agenda item before you is for the approved budget for 22-23. This is the final true-up. The fiscal year ended on September 30th, 2023. We allow 30 days to pay the final invoices to vendors. And at that time, well, we are required, because we are incorporated with the state of Florida, to have a balanced budget, which we do. However, the lowest level of budgetary control is the department level. So the exercise that we perform at year end is we go through every budget, every department, and analyze the budget, and we make adjustments so there isn't any that are over budgeted. So this year, there is actually only 2 budget amendments. To the general fund, which there is no change in fund balance, and then a small decrease in the budgeted fund balance for street lighting. Is there any questions on this item?
Commissioner Bradford? No? No other questions on the board? Is there a motion? Commissioner Avila Vasquez.
I'll make the motion. I move to approve resolution number 2023-59 and budget amendment number 2023-086 and 2023-087 for the general fund and street lighting districts fund for fiscal year 2022-23. The interim city manager has the authority to make corrections of scrivener's errors and the likes.
There is a motion by Commissioner Avila Vasquez and it's seconded by Vice Mayor Strozic. Could we please, do we have any?
There are no public comment.
Okay, I want to make sure. Are we waiting on?
Did you vote?
Motion carries 6-0. We're going to go to section G, request approval for the First Amendment.
It's 10 o'clock, you want to extend the meeting like by a couple hours? Just don't do 15 minutes, you're killing me.
Go ahead.
I would suggest an hour.
I want to make a motion to
Hopefully we'll get through it before then.
I want to make the motion to extend the meeting for an hour and a half.
There's a motion by Vice Mayor to extend the meeting an hour and a half. Second by Commissioner Avila Vasquez.
Doesn't mean I have to take that.
So the seconder was, well, guess all that has to be fixed later. Motion carries 6-0. We're going to go to request approval for the First Amendment to the interlocal agreement between the cities of DeLand, Deltona, Orange City, and the County of Volusia as water supplies in the amount not to exceed $36,840. Ms. Wallace.
Phyllis Wallace, Public Works. Before you is a First Amendment of an interlocal agreement the city has already been entered into with the entities listed in the amendment. I apologize. We've been a partner with the West Volusia water suppliers for over 10 years, and this helps the city proceed with their consumptive use permit and different avenues relative to water use in Volusia County. The city's participation is 40% of the overall cost based on population. Obviously, we're the largest city that is a participant in this, and the total cost is $36,840 for this amendment.
Sorry, Commissioner Bradford.
This is already budgeted. This was already in the budget, correct? This
Yes.
is not new?
Yes.
Okay. Any public comment?
Brandy White, please.
All right, so my only question on this kind of has to go hand in hand with like our Team Volusia stuff and how I feel that's a big waste of money. So I have a few questions. I was reading the little synopsis that's given here, and it talks about that we've been doing this for 10 years. So my first question is, can anybody give us a quick breakdown of the last 10 years of efforts regarding this, because a lot of people had no idea what this was even regarding, or that there was any type of agreement that we've been doing for the last 10 years. Specifically when it talks about the combined planning exercises. So what exactly does that mean and what does that entail? Furthermore, it talks about it continues to be in our best interest. And we hear that a lot as a blanket statement, but we never actually see what the best interest for our city is. So can anybody please explain to us what is the benefit and interest in spending a little less than $37,000 for what I'm looking at could be something maybe under the lines of like a lobbying agreement of some sort, because it talks about giving them this $37,000 will now somehow allow these suppliers to continue to collaborate against state statute. I'm really confused what this $37,000 is going for. So can anybody help us out here? Thanks.
That ends public comment.
We have former Commissioner Sosa has one more.
I just have a quick question. With Team Volusia, we pay the highest percentage because we have the highest population. In this interlocal agreement, are we paying the highest percentage for this as well? Because I know our consumptive use permit, we really don't have to worry about as much as neighboring cities that are further in the hole. As far as I know, it was this part of this group that did the, what was the thing over in Blue Springs there? It was like a big hole. They dug a big hole. The borrow pit, thank you, to dump water in. So, I mean, how much are we actually paying compared to the other municipalities within this interlocal agreement? Is it a fair split, or are we paying the most again?
Thank you.
All right, let me jump in. Sorry. This particular agreement has not been for the last 10 years. The 10-year period is the time that we've been working with the West Volusia Group. It is not a lobbying thing. What this boils down to is if we don't do certain projects that are consumptive use permit, our groundwater withdrawal is reduced by St. John's. So this collaboration is between Volusia County, Orange City, DeLand, and Deltona. To be able to work together. This is a master plan that we have to, by law, by state statute, we have to have into St. John's. But this is a master plan of the group of different projects to be able to supplement that groundwater withdrawal. So in other words, the intake structure was not a part of this group itself. That was something different. The group did not participate in that. However, and these other projects that are being come up with or being formulated with this process will be to help reduce the groundwater withdrawal, therefore meeting our CUP requirements, because each year we have certain requirements we have to meet in that CUP. So one of the things that we just were able to delay because we are doing away with the intake structure was that we were able to buy some more time with St. John's to be able to comply. And that would be, we were meeting with them, we're working on this master plan. So there's certain goals that we have to meet in that CUP or in that consumptive use permit. All the other cities in Volusia County, everywhere in the state are in the same boat. We just happen to have to deal with Blue Spring. That's our biggest issue here. So that's pretty much it in a nutshell. When we talk about 10 years, that means we've been in this group for over 10 years. When I was with the city before we were with this group, that tells you how long ago it was. But this master plan was something that I believe Mr. Peters and Steve Danskin came for approval of when they were both here employed with the city. So this is just a continuation. This is a change order to be able to move forward with this.
Could I ask, what is the difference in pay that each city is doing?
Deltona's 40% because of our population served and the amount of groundwater that we pump. The DeLand is 30%, Orange City is 10%, and who am I missing? Volusia County? DeLand is 20%, or 30%, I'm sorry. So that's how it's kind of split up. 10% Orange City, okay? 20% Volusia County, 30% DeLand, and 40% Deltona.
All right.
And the city of DeLand is heading this particular project up. We're working with them. Their purchasing department, their commission has approved has approved this extension of this contract. So each entity has to go before their commissions, obviously, or our commissions, to get approval to continue on with this study and to get this all submitted to St. John's, this report.
But what is the 37,000 for?
All right.
What is it for?
We're going to go to public comment has already ended, so. Is there a motion?
Or an answer?
Make a motion to approve.
You have to.
I'll make a motion to approve the First Amendment to interlocal agreement between the cities of DeLand, Deltona, Orange City, and the county of Volusia as water supplies in the amount not to exceed $36,840.
It's a motion by Vice Mayor Strozik. Is there a second?
A second.
Second by Commissioner Colwell. We just did public comment.
We just didn't get any answers. It's okay.
Motion passes 5-1. We're going to go to H, request for approval and authorization to purchase a new VACCON sewer combination cleaner from Southern Sewer Equipment Sales as found on the Florida Sheriff's Association Cooperative Purchasing Program contract. Item 378 in the amount of $539,204. Ms. Wallace.
Phyllis Wallace, Public Works. Before you is a request to purchase a VACCON for the Deltona Water. And this was a budgeted item, and the contract is from the sheriff's contract, so it has been competitively bid. And the total would be $539,204, and I can answer any questions.
Vice Mayor Bradford? I
No
apologize.
questions.
Commissioner Bradford. I'll get there. I will get there. Nothing? Vice Mayor Strozik.
How old is the one we have now?
And I didn't put that in my agenda item. I apologize, but I know that it is over 10 years because it's already outlived its livelihood.
Is this one of the vehicles that didn't we just get rid of a vacuum truck too?
Yes.
Okay. My only, one of my biggest issues, and I know we need it, and I'm sure it's going to pass. My issue is every time I see this, I'm going to say this about every vehicle tonight and everything, because I've made plenty of phone calls. This whole Sheriff's Association purchasing program is not so much a good deal anymore. And I know he was leaving out the door. I don't know if he's still here, but Captain Powers can even tell you that even the Sheriff's Department isn't getting vehicles through that bid site no more because the prices aren't as good as the deal that you think we're getting. And I'm going to talk about it in other vehicles when they come up. I myself went and called Auto Nation Ford across the river and got better deals and prices than what we have on this agenda. So I'm all about getting the vehicle. We need it. If there's a motion, I'd like to say you can reach out to go other directions. Because like I said, the deal that we're supposed to be getting on the Sheriff's Department on the whole contract isn't the deal that we were getting at one time. Now you can call people and get a better deal. And I know you have another one, and I'm not picking on the stuff you need, but there's a skid steer that's coming up, and I did the same thing and called places, and I got a better price than what the Sheriff's Department thing gave. And I'm just saying we need to redo things to save money. We're talking about pinching pennies, and if a dealer that's down the street will give me a better price than what supposedly this contract does, we need to jump on it and do it this way and not keep going, well, this is how we do things, because evidently how we do things doesn't fix nothing or change nothing. So that's all.
Vice Mayor, you are able to make motions, you know that. But let's go to Commissioner Burbank and then to Commissioner Vila Vasquez.
Set this up, huh?
No, I mean,
You guys want a moment? Okay. I would echo what Commissioner Starozuk said. Some of the things I've noticed we do simply by inertia, because that is the way we've done them before. And it's easier that way. It's the path of least resistance. But not only for these issues, but when these come up in the past, it might not be a bad idea to shop around. Thank you.
Commissioner Vila Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Phyllis, can you tell us exactly what this piece of equipment is used for?
Yep, it is a large-scale liquid and sludge cleanup piece of equipment that's used for cleaning out sanitary sewer lines and alike.
And it's a truck?
It's a very large truck with very large hoses attached to it, kind of like a oversized on-steroid vacuum that you have at home, except it does liquids, or a shop vac.
Mayor, may I jump in 1 second again? Sorry. I'm so sorry. This truck is a specialty piece of equipment. There are only very few manufacturers in this area that manufacture them. One of them is the VATCON brand, which is sold by Southern Sewer. The other is a Aquatech, which the last one that we had gotten was from Pat's Pumps and Blowers, which was several years ago. Well, we got a newer one, but this one is being replaced because the old one was more than 10 years old. We had it at fleet maintenance, I don't know how many times, back to service for the blowers that are on the machine. Those blowers are very expensive. We use this truck for cleaning out sewer lines, jetting them with a hose, also sucking out lift stations. If there's an issue, we have a storm, for example. A lot of times we'll send the vac truck out as a backup in case something happens, we need to pump it down. So it's more than just a truck. Yes, it is a truck, but it's more than just a truck. Sorry.
Okay. My other question is, have you reached out to other businesses to sell this same truck, or is it a limited area that you can purchase it?
We're currently following our purchasing guidelines, which is this is the contract that they have available to us. Certainly does not preclude us going forward to doing exactly what has been suggested and recommended, is to reach out to local vendors and suppliers and going forward. But right now, this is the policy that we have in place, and this is what we utilize.
Okay.
Vice Mayor Jody Lee.
I want to make a motion to request to approve the authorization to purchase a new VATCON sewer combination cleaner from Southern Sewer Equipment Sales as found on the floor. Well, I want to approve the purchase of the vehicle with the guidelines that before you make this purchase from them, you shop around and get some other prices to make sure we can't get it cheaper somewhere else.
Yes.
So motion by Vice Mayor Strozik, and there's a second by Commissioner Colwell. Is there any public comment?
There are no public comments.
Thank you.
Looking pretty lonely down there. Looking pretty lonely down there.
Motion carries 6-0. Going to go to decision I, request for approval of resolution 2023-60 and budget amendment to increase the other contractual services account to fund the HR director and administrative assistant temporary positions for fiscal year of 2024 in the amount of $60,000. Glenn.
Sorry. As you know, a couple of months ago, our HR director resigned and left, so we didn't have anyone in the department at the time that we were able to put into the director's position, so we ended up going to our staffing agency, Robert Half Staffing, in order to get an HR director until we could find one. So we're coming forward to you tonight to ask for the additional funds to continue that. We are still actively looking for an HR director at this point.
Commissioner Bradford, and then Vice Mayor Strozik.
What are we paying?
We are paying, I believe it's $4,000 a week, or $16,000 a month.
Jesus Lord. For an HR director?
But they pay her benefits and, insurance and everything else. So that's the way a staffing agency works.
I quit. Where do I sign up? I just quit my job.
Vice Mayor.
Right, that's what I was going to get. I was going to ask how much they're paying, but I understand they covered insurance, the health care, and everything. Are we, is there any movement to us hiring an HR person?
We are going through applications. We did it. We've done a couple of interviews. We are going through some additional applications, and I'm making that a priority between that and the Planning and Development Department.
With her as being working for a staffing agency, is she interested in just coming to work for the city?
I believe she would be interested in coming to the city, but the issue is with the staffing agency that we have, we would have to buy her contract unless we kept her for the period of time, 3 months, I believe it is.
Okay, that's unfortunately. I got to make a motion to approve the resolution 2023-60 and budget amendment and to increase the other contractual services account to fund the HR Director Administration Assistant Temporary Position for the fiscal year 2024 in the amount of $60,000.
There's a motion by Vice Mayor Strozic, second by Commissioner Burbank.
Mayor, there's a public comment on this. Brandy White, please.
Because you know it has to be said. The fuck are y'all smoking? $4K a week? No. $4K a week. You're up there talking about how you can't pay your rent? $4K a week for HR director? Who even approved that to begin with? That's insane. Insane. I want you to go look at multi-billion-dollar corporations and tell me what their HR is making. Y'all are telling us we had to go to a staffing agency for an HR position? My comment was going to be the question of the $60K, was that the total, which now clearly it's not, was that the total, and are we offsetting it by what we've already budgeted? But you're saying on top of the position that we've already paid and budgeted for, we need an additional $60K. Let that sink in. That's a whole nother position. We've already funded this position. It's in the budget. How much did we fund it for? Nobody? Where's finance? How much a year is HR director? Nobody's going to answer that question?
She's trying, Brenda. She's trying. Go ahead.
No, she has to have permission. That's the jacked up part of this whole fucking system. We ask questions, you don't answer them because they're hard questions.
And it's late, so you think.
But we deserve the answers. Every single time we ask a question, we deserve an answer. These are legit questions to ask. How many times do we sit here tonight and talk about food banks and people struggling and program grants needed and all this crap, but you're saying $4K a week? You're insane. You should be ashamed. Every single person who votes yes to spend $4K a week for an HR director should be ashamed. And you will be named.
$4K a week.
What kind of crap is that?
That ends public comment.
Actually, I'd like to say something.
Do it.
I have to totally agree with you, Brandy. I hadn't even quite gotten that far in the agenda. That's $208,000 a year for a $120,000 position. Now, I got to ask, Is that an HR director and an assistant, or just an HR director? Does it include an assistant?
Yes, there's an HR director, and then we also have an assistant. That's all in this, included in this.
It's
fund.
all included in the
Yes.
208,000?
No, it's, no.
It's
in the
an
60,
add-on.
the add-on, the 60,000.
Okay. Now, Jody, why would you just arbitrarily say hire this person without even interviewing them? I mean, if you got somebody who's an HR director working at a temp agency, maybe they're not that good. You know, that's the problem with the commission. We have a knee-jerk reaction to everything. We don't look into things, we don't evaluate things, we just go on the spur of the moment. To be honest with you, how many director positions do we have open in this city? At least 5, 6, and they've all quit in the last year. Either they were terminated or they quit. You got to ask yourself, what is the problem?
Common denominator.
What is the problem that everybody's leaving? It ain't cleaning house, because I've seen a couple good people leave that should not have left. And then there were a couple people, yeah, they probably needed to move on. But you got to ask yourself, before you go shell out $210,000 for a temporary HR director, what is the problem? And if you can't answer that, we have a problem.
Excuse me, Mayor, Commissioner Bradford has a question. Will the staffing agency we are looking at, will the city manager help us on this search?
Can you repeat that, please?
Will the staffing agency we are looking at, will the city manager help us on this search?
I guess she wants to know if the staffing agency that's doing the city manager search will also help us with an HR director.
They possibly could, but it would cost more money to do that. So we're taking applications in-house and interviewing in-house to fill that position. And it's only temporary, it's not permanent, it's not for a year, it's temporary.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Can we please vote? The motion passes 5-1.
Every single name's going to be out there, too.
Comments on consent items. Citizens' comments are limited to issues and concerns on the consent agenda items. Any public comments?
Brandy White, please.
I'll make it quick because now I want to puke. A lot of expensive vehicles being asked for. Obviously, they're pretty old. I looked at the dates, looked at the info. Yes, I agree, we can do better. We probably won't, obviously, after what we just saw. But my question, and most of the question that came, is from online, is when we send these old ones out to auction, including all the other general inventory that we send out to auction all the time, does that money go back into the general fund? And if so, can you tell the public what line item? Thanks. I'm out of here. Y'all make me sick.
David Sosa, please.
Well, to answer Brandy's question, I've looked at some of the money we get for some of these trucks, and we get pennies on the dollars for, why can't we trade them in? That was something I'd asked the previous city manager. Why are we sending them to an auction, getting nickels for, a vehicle that we can get a lot more money for in a trade-in? But my main thing is the request for the soccer fields, another $140,000. That's ridiculous to fix some holes in a soccer field. I'll tell you what, I went to the new Dewey Booster, the little playground up front. The bathroom's in there. At 1 p.m. in the afternoon, I have a little 4-year-old girl, they're locked. I call Parks and Recs, nobody answers. Leave a voicemail, maybe we'll call you back. I saw a Parks and Rec guy go across that was across the street, went and knocked on the door, he came out, he unlocked the bathrooms. We went in there. I swear to God, those things, I can handle a lot of smell. I've been around dead animals and stuff. They were disgusting. She couldn't even go in there, we had to leave. I mean, it's ridiculous. You can't even clean a damn bathroom, but yet you want another $140,000 on top of the $500,000 probably spent on the basketball and tennis courts, and we can't clean a bathroom. Instead of fixing that, how about we hire somebody and take care of the damn bathrooms?
That ends public comment.
Commissioner Bradford and then Vice Mayor Strozic.
No comment.
Vice Mayor Strozic.
On the consent items, I'd like to take out A before we vote, so we can discuss this a little bit. And on the other things in there,
You have to take out B as well.
yeah, A and B. And like I said about the vehicles and the skid steer and everything else, I just want to make it a point, please go outside and look. And David, I agree with the selling of vehicles, but the reason why we don't sell the vehicles and we do it the way we are, because we do it through a bidding process. So the bidding process doesn't get trade-ins for vehicles. No, he ain't listening. It's all good. But I get I'm kind of curious about that too. When we sell the vehicle, where's that money go? I know it goes to a general fund, but I mean, do we ever get a list of it or how much we get for it? Because I know it goes to the government auction site, and I've seen what some of the vehicles go for. But if we did it a different way, like I suggested, and we shopped around for a vehicle, you can use one of them vehicles as a trade-in and get a hell of a lot more money for a trade-in than going through that contract website that we buy vehicles from. I mean, you could take just about any truck that runs halfway decent and still get 10 grand for it, $15,000 at a trade-in, compared to us selling it at a government website for $1,000. Maybe. But I mean, I understand that's why we don't do it right now, because we buy the vehicles off them sites. They don't, on that site, they don't take our trade-ins, which we lose out on selling them the way we do. That's why I suggest that whenever we buy into these vehicles, that we shop around before we just say, yes, this is how we do things, so let's just keep doing the same thing. We shop around and find them. I've had this conversation, Mr. City Manager, with you before, about shopping around and doing stuff and doing it a different way so we can save a little bit of money.
Commissioner Burbank.
I'd like the job as the haggler, the person that actually goes to the car lot to see what I can get for a used car. And that's what it would take. We'd have to have somebody whose whole sole purpose in life would be to get the most money they could for our used vehicles. And I don't think it would offset their salary, actually. Thank you.
All right, could we get a motion to approve C through J and remove A and B for discussion?
So moved.
There's a motion by Commissioner Avila-Vasquez and a second by Commissioner Burbank. Consent agenda items C through J have been approved and A and B have been pulled for discussion. We're going to have to discuss B first, and then we can discuss A.
Good evening, Mayor. Thank you. B and A. B should have been the first item. There was a competitive bid process, a 30-day competitive bid process for sod companies. Lake Gym Farm is the only one to bid on that. They got awarded the bid. And then the item A should be item B to award the project to do the repairs at the Dewey Boster soccer fields on soccer fields 4 through 6. It's not just filling in a couple little holes, as former Commissioner Sosa said. This is involving some settling issues and some safety issues with the fields and making them available for play for the spring season for our youth soccer club. We budgeted $140,000. The cost is a little over $100,000, so we're anticipating it to come in under budget.
Commissioner Bradford?
Nothing yet, Mayor.
Commissioner Burbank, and then Vice Mayor Strozic.
Thank you. We've been fighting the soccer fields at the YMCA for decades, so I know how much effort it takes. And right now, our Dewey Boster Park is a world-class field. I'd like to keep it that. That is one of the bright spots we have right now. So I would support this entirely. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Vice Mayor Strozic.
I'm sorry, I understand we have to keep the parks done. I get it. The soccer fields have to be safe. I get it. And evidently, we need to make our bidding process for the city easier, because I spoke to a gentleman named Brett, and this is what he does for a living. I mean, not so much soccer fields, but landscaping, all this other stuff. Now, when you do this, and his price was about $100,000 cheaper than what's on this board. But my issue is, now if you're gonna take this up, you're gonna take the sod up, fix all the low spots, right?
The settling issues, yes.
Right.
On fields, on soccer fields 4, 5, and 6.
And
there
then
are 3 fields involved.
And then you're gonna put down all new sod.
In that area, affected area, correct.
Why can't you just roll up the sod you're gonna cut to fix the dipping areas?
Because we're in the middle of the winter season now, so the rye blend, the Bermuda is a dead season, so when the Bermuda goes in, we'll have to put the rye seed on top of that to make a match for the winter rye blend that we have on the other fields right now. And then the Bermuda will come in the spring season when the rainy season comes in.
Then we'll have to resod it again?
They will not have to resod it again, no, sir. And the estimate was $140,000, which I put in the budget process based on looking at it. Once the competitive bid process went out and we had the bid awarded to Lake Jim's Farms, they came in with a bid of $100 and some thousand. It was less than $140,000.
But they were the only ones that bid.
They're the only ones that did the 30-day bid process on quote wire and demand star. That is correct.
I think our bidding process needs to be fixed.
Commissioner Villa-Vasquez?
Okay, okay, if there's any other questions, I would like to make a motion. Wait, this is A and B. I move to approve award bid number 24001, that is B, right? And and A, to Lake J Farms LLC.
Second. There's a motion by Commissioner Villa-Vasquez and a second by Commissioner Burbank. Motion passes 5-1.
Thank you.
This time, we're going to go to City Commission special reports and requests. And I go to Commissioner Burbank first.
I'm good, Mayor.
Commissioner Avila Vasquez, or I apologize, Commissioner Bradford. She's in District 2. I'm going down the numbers.
What are we doing for the homeless during the cold?
Mr. Whitcomb.
Yeah. We can certainly look into something. I have not looked into anything yet, but we can certainly look into something. And I know there's facilities out there that take people when the weather is extreme. But we can put out a list of those facilities.
I know the Dream Center offers some of that stuff. And
yeah, I can get a list together and have them put that on the website.
Commissioner Avila Vasquez, I apologize. Did you have something? Commissioner Avila Vasquez? I forget you're over there, Commissioner. I'm sorry.
No, I don't have anything. Thank you.
Next is Commissioner Colwell.
You want me to speak?
Nothing. Vice Mayor Strozik, any special reports and requests?
None.
I have none as well. City Attorney comments? City Manager comments?
Yes. I'm sorry. I'm going to speed this up really quick. We had a request or an offer from Sherry DeCrenzo with the West Volusia Chamber, I believe it is. I believe most of you are familiar with her, but she has a person that's willing to, free of charge, to paint a mural at the Vets Park. And I just wanted to bring that up to see if there would be a possible consensus to do such thing, or would you like more information for us to come back and some type of,
Do the veterans there want that?
Mayor,
The consensus, but let us know what it is.
may I say, this is a professional artist, and he goes around painting murals, and he offered to do one for the city of Deltona free of charge, only for a veteran reason.
Okay.
And we thought of the Veterans Park, and that's why we're saying that.
Okay, but that's what I was asking. Do the folks in the Veterans Park, are they okay with?
It's our part.
Okay. I know it's our park, but we're not the only ones using it. That's why I asked. I mean, they're maintaining the park. I know it's our park, but we're not even maintaining the park.
We should have asked that to Lauren King and them.
Yes.
We maintain our park,
if you all will give me the consensus to, I will talk to the veterans there at the park, and I will make sure that we have their approval, if that's what you so desire. If you give me consensus to do that. If not, that's fine. I just was bringing it.
I'd love to see it, as long as they're okay with it as well.
I'd like to make consensus too for it, and I agree to it. I would talk to them first, make sure they're okay with it, and then make sure everybody's in agreeing what type of mural they're going to build. Before
Yeah,
it
we're
gets
not,
painted.
no, we're not going to let them paint some kind of something. No.
But I would check with the guys that are over
We'll
there.
make sure that we monitor that, but I will first of all contact them tomorrow or Wednesday. I won't be here in the morning. I've got a meeting in Orlando, but as soon as I get back tomorrow afternoon or Wednesday morning, I will contact them.
Perfect.
Okay, I'm sorry. I turned the mic off. Darn.
That it?
No, I'm sorry. There's a few events that I believe a lot of you have gotten in your mailboxes. One of them was an event for the VMA's 43rd Annual Awards Banquet, December the 7th. I didn't know if anybody was interested in going to that or not. So I'm just asking if y'all are interested, anyone's interested. The cost is, for a table is $1,300. A ticket, well, a single ticket is $175 for members. So just if you have a consensus, yes or no, that's fine. Just passing on the information. I guess no. Okay. All right. And then the other thing I have is a FLC leadership class in February, which would be in Orlando, or actually in Kissimmee, at the Embassy Suites in Orlando. I'm trying to look for the cost on here. I had it earlier, but I can't. $250 to attend per person. Anybody interested in that? No?
I think, didn't Sandy sign a couple of us up already for that?
She wanted me to share this with y'all and make sure, if anybody wanted to go. I think you wanted to go, right, Mayor?
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else? Nope. Okay. And let's see. There was there's been some stuff going around about franchise fees, about the possibility of doing away with some of the franchise fees. What I'd like to do is see if they can get a consensus from the commission, if you want to do a workshop to discuss that.
I was actually going to ask for that.
Excuse me?
I was going to ask.
Sorry.
You're good.
So do we have a consensus? We want to talk about it sometime in January, February timeframe? Because we're going to be starting the budget process, and just to let you know, our finance department has worked with me, and we're coming up with a budget workshop schedule that we'll be presenting to you, and we're starting as early as January with the process for like a visioning session, what you guys want to see in the budget, that kind of thing. So we have a pretty tight schedule for that, which is a good thing. We're getting started earlier this year, actually. So we'll have stuff out for the residents a lot sooner. And so anyway, we're working towards that, and we will get you that information as soon as we finish it up and have it available. And that's all I have. I'll hush.
Thank you. We'll go to city commission comments. We'll start off with Commissioner Burbank.
Mayor, could you defer me till the end? I seem to have misplaced my notes there. I'll get back to me, please.
Sure. Commissioner Bradford?
She's typing. I apologize for missing a couple of meetings and do what I can to Zoom and be a part of the meeting. I am responding to emails. Thank you to everyone for their prayers, and I ask you to keep them coming.
Commissioner Vila-Vasquez?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank, again, all those who participated in making the Veterans event a great, great event for our veterans this year, especially Parks and Recs. And they had 2 veterans that did the cooking. They were really awesome, and they had the honor to lead us in our prayers in a Pledge of Allegiance. So I don't remember their names, but thanks. Mark, I want you to thank them for me again and for us, the city of Deltona. And the turkey giveaway was awesome. I think we stopped the line in, 35 minutes, something like that, 35, 40 minutes. I mean, they were gone. That was a good thing. And I also want to give a shout out to the Sheriff's Department, Fire Department, that we were out there by Walmart off Howland Boulevard, collecting donations and toys for their Christmas drive. It was unbelievable, the turnout of the people, but it was cold and wet. But I just want to give them a big shout out. These guys are awesome. The families, the little kids out there collecting, helping, running back and forth to cars to get the collections, to give out the toy drives from the Sheriff's Department. I want to give a big shout out. And I have to bring this up, Mayor, because I have gotten calls and complaints. I know that you have your own private PIO, which is your own, nothing to do with the city. But I've gotten complaints from residents getting calls regarding some kind of meeting that he wants to plan with you and the residents. They feel that to them this is inappropriate because they don't know who this person is and they're not representing the city. So again, I told them that I would definitely bring it up, and they made me promise that I would. They feel that this is something else similar to, I forget what the term that they use. But if you have a meeting that you want to get a message out to the audience, to the residents, I think it would be better if it's done via the city route and not have somebody who has no connections to the city do it. These are elderly people that are calling me. I spoke to the city, interim city manager, and I had no answer for them because I had no idea what they were referring to. So I just wanted to bring it up to you, okay? Because I know I spoke to the city manager, but I needed to get it to you as well, all right? And that's all for me. Thank you.
Commissioner Burbank?
I'm good, thank you.
Commissioner Colwell? Vice Mayor Strozik?
Well, I don't know, I had all kinds of stuff, but I think I'm going to leave it for the next meeting. I just wait see how things are starting to come together and work together, so I'll just leave it at that. And I promised the city manager that we'll all play nice together. After that, I hope everybody enjoyed their Thanksgiving.
Just one point of clarification. The only meeting that I have with elders is a elder town hall that actually a few elders from the Council on Aging asked me to have. It's public. I mean, it's one of the town halls. I do one every quarter. I don't recall anybody on my behalf calling. If it has, I mean, I'll ask, but just to clarify that the only meeting that I have with elders is an elders town hall that's been publicized, and as a matter of fact, I give the city all my town halls. So other than that, I hope everybody had a great Thanksgiving.
Excuse me, Mayor. I apologize. Commissioner Bradford said to mention the Christmas parade.
I was going to get to that.
Okay.
Mayor, I'm sorry, I know my comments are over, but one quick thing.
Go ahead.
Since you brought up the Christmas parade, and I meant to mention that, but one of the things, we've had some requests recently for the fire truck going into certain neighborhoods to do, to, not necessarily to haul Santa, but just to go in the neighborhoods for Christmas activities. And I just wanted to get a consensus, because my understanding was there was an issue several years ago, and I want to make sure that I'm doing the right thing.
Yes.
I don't have no issue with that. I mean, there are fire trucks you should go to every neighborhood. I mean,
They include the Fayetteville.
so to make sure Joyce keeps her sanity, could we all give consensus or not?
Yes.
I say yes. Okay.
As long as it's approved by our interim city manager and Chief Schneider, I don't have a problem.
All right, so let me finish my public comments before. So, Maritza, you did a great job with what you organized with the vets. Kudos to you. I understand the city did, but you kind of spearheaded that. Congratulations to our new vice mayor. Hopefully we can move the city along. And usually Commissioner Bradford does this, but I guess now that she's not here, I can do it. I got enough time. Food drive, there's information in here. We have a 5K coming up February 24th. I'd love to see every single commissioner do this, but if you can, that's fine, I understand. 2024 Winter Flag Football League is open for registration until the 29th of December. We have the Whoville Parade. This theme this year is going to be the Grinch. So I think the time to register is already passed. I'm not sure, but anyways, come in and enjoy this. This is a great event that the city hosts every year. Selfies with Santa's coming up. Our interim city Santa is will be Saturday, December 16 at the center. We're still looking for people that want to apply for the William S. Harvey Scholarship. Other than that, I hope everybody enjoys the rest of their holidays. If we don't see you, stay safe. And for those of you that are struggling a little bit, keep your head up. This is a great country, and every possibility that we have is given to us. So take advantage of it. God bless you and have a good night. Meeting's adjourned.